And we should be live. Hello, everybody. This is Adrian Crenshaw with Irongeek cast number 4, which I'm doing just for the hell of it. We're going with the tagline, may the virtue signal be with, use the virtue signal Luke because of a suggestion Molson made. And we got this long Twitter thing of people just putting the word virtue signal into old movie quotes. So we decided to go with that. I'm joined tonight by John and Brian. Brian, introduce yourself. I'll try my best to make up a fake bio for John. Maybe I don't know.
I'm Brian. I used to work in enterprise environment as a Unix admin, and till my job got outsourced. Yeah.
One nice thing about InfoSec, it's a little harder for them to outsource those because people don't trust people from other countries as much.
Yeah.
There is a little bit of advantage to that, especially if you actually do have a real clearance job. So I might look into that, but that's only good if you live in the DC area, because most of those jobs, they want you to be in the DC metro area. There's a few that you might need to do some remote work, but yeah, and DC is expensive and the traffic sucks, and I was like a big no thank you to that.
Yeah, and then, another thing, and then, the places I was with, the last place I was with, it was, very huge before they split the first time, and then they're splitting again. They keep getting smaller, but the cybersecurity team or group was just insanely huge. Probably over 50,000 employees, but the focus, was always on automating things, and that was across the whole company. They're wanting to automate stuff, but I mean, a lot of the things, when you're in that large of an environment, a lot of times, you can be automated. You can automate yourself right out of a job by doing your job. Yes, I mean, a lot of those positions got outsourced just through automations or automation intents.
Yeah, I got a buddy who's I make more than he does, but he has a job that he's going to be having a job shortly as a nurse. And being a male in nursing might actually be an advantage from the standpoint of we can hire this guy because he's 6'3". He looks like he can pick up a body and move it if he has to. Also, he had former military training as some kind of I think he did some combat medic work when he was in the Navy. I don't know if he actually had to use those skills, but he got trained that stuff. And being a nurse, there's so much you can outsource. You're going to have someone physically there with the body.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I was actually looking into see if I could find a machinist apprenticeship somewhere. Like GE has a pretty good program, with like jet turbines and stuff. Something like that would be pretty cool. And that'd be the high-end machining is, if it hasn't been outsourced yet, it's not going to be.
Yeah, my uncle did that I don't know how high-end it was, and he made a decent living. I don't know if it was like 10 years in InfoSec good, but it was he had based on the toys he left behind, he made good money.
Yeah, and I like working with metal too. I mean, I get frustrated working with wood because it's not precise enough. It warps, bends. You can't go down to the microns, and
John Doe in the chat just said that GE Medical is hiring machinist. Just need the certification or the certificate program.
Yeah, interesting.
So there's a little bit of combination there.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm gonna go that route or not. I might stay in IT. I'm kind of just kind of cruising at the moment and seeing what options are gonna make sense. I spent a lot of time and effort trying to position myself so I wouldn't have to be rushed into any positions or any decisions, because you can't prepare for everything, but if you can buy yourself time, that can be worth more than any guesses you might have taken at preparing for things that may or may not happen.
Yeah, have a little morning stored up.
Yeah.
I forgot to tweet this out in the YouTube chat. There's a chat that we see right here in the Hangout. Then there's a YouTube chat for live streams, and I didn't have that one up.
Yeah, that confused me the first time I caught this one because I was just seeing it on YouTube, and I was like, I was making comments and nobody was responding. I didn't know if it was good.
Yeah, I have opened another window now. Yeah, I don't know why I think they would combine the two for this, but Hangouts is a little bit weird.
Yeah, there's a little blurb at the top on my group chat. I guess everybody probably has it in there. It says the YouTube app will no longer work after April 25th.
Yep.
What do they mean by the YouTube app will no longer work? Do they mean the link between the YouTube and the?
I honestly have not looked into it because there is apparently a way to play YouTube videos in here live, and I wonder how the sound's going to actually come out. I'll have to test that out in just a bit. Wait, why the hell is it in Spanish? It sent out the announcement, but in Spanish.
Okay, do you have some kind of captioning, auto captioning on that default to Spanish for some reason?
Not sure.
Yeah, let me pull up the YouTube to see if it's in Spanish here too or not.
That's some weird crap. Okay.
I'm not even seeing the YouTube one yet. Just refreshed your videos in your channel. Okay, I guess it won't show up in the videos list till later. There it is on the home part.
Yeah, it's on my Twitter, and I use Twitter for announcing a lot of this stuff just because it's easy. And Frank tried to get connected again. Let's see if Frank can stay connected and if he has an actual microphone. I'm guessing Frank don't have a microphone. Anyway, I'm going to announce upcoming cons I'm going to be at where you can come and visit. Oh. I got B-Sides Tampa coming up on February 11th, so that's this weekend. Got B-Sides Nova on February 25th. I got Indie B-Sides on March 11th. BloomCon on March 24th or 25th. And CypherCon on March 31st through April 1st. And eventually Aid in April 7th through April 3rd through 7th, and B-Sides Nashville April 22nd, B-Sides Charm April 29th, and Sunday April 30th, and B-Sides Chicago I think was a maybe. I don't think I actually lined that one up yet, so we'll leave it at that because that takes us a couple months out. Yes, John Doe is going. CypherCon, March 2000, March 30th, 31st. Yay! It was a good time this last year. They actually.
When is computer sucks?
How's it going?
I'm gonna go over to back to Liam.
Okay.
Bye.
Be good over there.
Anyway, CypherCon was a lot of fun. They had the first day at a really cool hotel called the Vista, which of course we made a lot of jokes about. And then after that, they had it at Can you a microphone, Frank? Because that way it doesn't get into background noise. Frank? Frank? Hello, Frank? Can you hear us? Can you hear us, Frank?
The YouTube stream's delayed. He might be hearing it on that.
All right. Frank, can you hear us? All right, Frank, start to type in the chat when you want me to unmute YouTube. But you can. Like you're not even hearing us. Okay. I'm going to mute Frank temporarily at least. And he can unmute himself, or I think when he oh, he just dropped out again. Oh, no, he didn't. Brian, I'm going to do a test on you to see whether or not Frank can actually unmute himself. So, Brian, I'm going to mute you for a second.
Sure. Yeah, I just clicked unmute, so.
Alrighty. Oh, and Frank. All right, and you unmuted yourself. Cool. But yeah, CypherCon was a lot of fun. The Cold War Museum that the second day was in was awesome. But doing some new venue this year. I'm not sure exactly what it is. Brian?
Yeah.
All right, just making sure I didn't.
Yeah, looks like Frank bailed.
Yeah, Frank, I think, is having technical issues with his computer.
Or his kids.
That possibly too. I use my personality as birth control, so I don't have that particular issue. Try to think of a good subject matter to talk about. Have you gone to many InfoSec conferences?
I've actually not been to any yet, and my first one's probably going to be up around your way. In September if I can make it up there.
DerbyCon's a lot of fun.
Yeah. I wrote that one down on some little couple notes I jotted down a couple weeks ago. But yeah, I'm definitely gonna make an effort to hit that one.
We have a good time there. CypherCon is, like, assuming John is close to CypherCon. He was mentioning in the chat that the Safe House bars where they had the second day. It's kind of like a hole to wall. You have to sneak it. It's very spy themed, and they had Werner Jodsko speak last year. I don't know how to pronounce that name. He was a Cold War spy and the curator of the Midwest Cold War Museum, along with Chris. Oh, someone got a microphone working, maybe, or didn't, because I could hear echo.
Sorry, Adrian, it's me. I shall get my headphones sorted for you.
Thank you, man. It's all good.
Cool. Good evening, and hope you guys are all right.
Yeah, we're doing pretty well. Talking about a couple cons in our local Midwest/South. Technically, Louisville is considered South because it's right below the Ohio River, but it's.
Yeah, I'm down in Atlanta, so that's north to me. But
there's a few things in Atlanta. I noticed, like besides Atlanta, and I used to be something called Outer Zone. Unfortunately, the Skydog stopped having that. But I thought some people down in Atlanta were going to try to start it back up again. I used to come down every year for Outer Zone. That was a lot of fun. I know it won't be the same if Skydog's not running it, but it can still be pretty good. I've met a few of the guys from down there, and they seem like good guys. I've been spending my time chatting with people on Twitter. I'm on bereavement this week, so I'm not really doing a whole lot. Tomorrow I better pack up and get all my video stuff ready for Tampa. And it looks like Frank's back with a different avatar, so I don't know if he logged in for a different account. And of course, Advanced Newbie is on now also.
Yeah.
How's it going, guys?
What's up, man?
Not a whole lot. Just talking about CypherCon a little bit. Upcoming cons I'm going to be at.
Very good.
John's talking about having a project, hopefully, for CypherCon where he works on getting the Nintendo Virtual Boy to run on a 3D TV. See, I never had the Virtual Boy. I don't think many people had the Virtual Boy. I don't think it was a very well-selling system. It looked kind of interesting at the time, but it was all like red and vector graphics, so it didn't really take off. We need to get CypherSun a microphone, a headset or something.
Irongeek, would you like me to repost the link over on 2600?
Sure, go for it.
Yeah. Okay. Cool.
Just saying, I'm working on my board right now, trying to lay everything out.
Yeah, how hard? Would you use what do you use, Eagle, or what software do you use for your board layouts?
I'm using Altium at the moment.
Okay, I don't think I've heard of that one before.
Altium Designer.
See, I've done mostly only like Fruho and like hobbyist Arduino level kind of stuff.
Yeah, you can make like fucking motherboards and shit with this one
Cool.
if you really want to.
Is that the one that they recently changed their license model from buying a version to ongoing, subscription based?
Eagle switched over to subscription after they were bought out by Autodesk, I think. Same
Okay,
people
yeah.
that-
I just remembered a
They make
mention of it
AutoCAD.
on EV blog. It was mentioned, one of those design programs, and they went to subscription base, and was trying to remember if it was that one or not.
Yeah, Eagle's dead. Eagle's gone. Yeah, they go subscription based and shit, and it just ruins everything, man. It's just like fucking Adobe, the Adobe suite.
I got a Tor browser bundle open right now in another window, just trying to see. I'm trying to find a damn site to actually visit that seems interesting to go to. Everything comes and goes so much. I find an old list of Onion sites, and they're gone, but I come back. The Hidden Wiki. Let me see if I can find what that is. The Hidden Wiki. I need to Google that up again to see what the URL for that is. I want to get back and do some more research on .NETs and so forth because I need a talk to give. Because the people are asking me to do talks, and apparently I was set to actually keynote at Alabama. I didn't know about the keynote part. I just knew about the video recording. But I don't have a whole lot of new subjects.
Was that the one that was the one you couldn't even make it to, wasn't it?
That's correct.
Man, bummer. Although if you would have made it and then found out you had a keynote, that might have been a little awkward too.
Yes, that is true. Oh, I found out earlier today I was blocked by wait, what is the acronym? ISC squared.
Yeah, I saw your tweet on that. Guess you won't be getting your CISSP.
What are you talking about? What is that?
It's basically a certification body for the CISSP, which is a computer security certification. And I found this morning when someone posted a link, I couldn't actually see what the link went to. I did some sleuthing and found, oh, wait, that's ISC squared. And Wim went ahead and got me unblocked. I'm not sure why I was blocked in the first place. I mean, I'm an asshole to some people on Twitter who are assholes to me. And I say some stuff that is deliberately provocative, but it's kind of weird that an organization like that would block me. I figured they were using a block bot of some kind, but that's not the case.
maybe there was too much mead that night and you don't remember what got you banned.
that is a distinct possibility.
Been there.
Hey, Clinton.
What's up?
Tell us a little about yourself. Welcome to the chat, by the way.
I think I got it off mute. Did I succeed?
Yes, we can hear you.
Just another InfoSec guy. I have ran into you a couple times at ShowMeCon up here in St. Louis.
Oh, cool. I like ShowMeCon a whole lot. They treat the speakers real well, and I like the. I've never gambled in a casino, but I like the atmosphere of casinos.
Yeah.
I think they make me a little stupid because usually when I'm at a casino, I'm drinking and there's flashing lights all over the place and your brain's all over the place. It's distractions everywhere. But I do really like casinos, and their little one is nice.
Yeah, that's I enjoy that conference. I mean, Parameter does a good job up there, and it's close. I can get my CPEs in, and speakers are usually pretty good. And I took your class actually on lock picking one year. My company sprung for that. That was fun.
Oh, cool. Glad you hope hope you enjoyed it. So you said it was fun. So I'm glad you liked it. I was going to do it this last year, but unfortunately, this year and last year, Circle City Con, they've been butting right up against each other.
Yeah.
So that's making it hard for me to get from one to the other. Like this year, I have to miss like the first day of Circle City Con. I'm gonna record Show Me Con, and my buddy Brandon's gonna come get some of my gear to do Circle City Con for me for the first day.
I still suck at picking locks, but I suck less.
Well, it just takes a lot of practice. You know, not light tension and a lot of practice. Just get you a whole lot of door locks from Harbor Freight and Master Lock. Number 5 was one of my favorite ones to teach people on, because usually if the bitting's not too bad, it actually has a very good chunky feel, and it's easy to rake open if the bitting's not too radical.
Yeah, we had some Abus ones from, actually it was Iron Mountain boxes is what they were, and those were way too easy because even I could do them, and I had my kids doing it, which was sort of funny.
Have any of you guys seen these GPS track locks? Yeah.
I have a couple on order, but I don't have them yet. I mean, as far as they have a GPS in them. The ones I'm thinking of is TSA locks that they talk to your phone to get GPS information.
Would you know this one has its own dedicated GPS unit inside the lock?
Oh shit! No, I've not seen that.
I'll have to talk to you afterwards about if you want to get a hold of one. I can put you in touch with the guy. He gave me the coolest pen this week. I was like, oh, that is so cool. It's got a LED in the one end, touchpad thing on the top to the pen, and then just a normal pen. It's quite cool. I like it.
Oh, someone's asking in the chat, is there any good conventions in PA state area? B-Sides Philadelphia was a lot of fun. There's also B-Sides Delaware, which depending on where you are in PA is nice. If you're close to part of PA that might be within, my geography is getting all screwed up in my head. PA and West Virginia. I mean, if you near some places like West Virginia, like Charleston, there's Hack Con, which is now called B-Side. No, it's called Secure West Virginia. And there's also AID, Appalachian Institute for Digital Evidence. But it all depends on what part of Pennsylvania you're in, I guess. Anybody else have some advice?
Sorry, what was the question?
Oh, the question was essentially, are there any good cons in the PA area? Which assuming you meant Pennsylvania. That is Pennsylvania, right?
Yeah, it's Pennsylvania, but the PA area, there's a world of difference. If you're in Philly, that could include New York, and if you're in Pittsburgh, that could include Columbus.
I mean, you haven't always got to go to the cons to meet people that are into the same stuff either. You can, find your local ham radio group, find your local hacking group, find your kind of local maker spaces, and just start, going down and just saying hey to people.
And a few hacker groups, though, I mean, some big cities have nice 2600 groups, or there's some in Chicago called BurbSec, which I got to attend while I was up there for work, and that was pretty nice. But there's places like Louisville where there's the ISSA, which my ISSA was a very good technical ISSA, but even it's still an ISSA. Most of those ISSA events at other places aren't as technical. So depending on what city you live in, it seems to be kind of difficult to find people.
Yeah, actually, that's assuming they're looking for people too. Might be looking for information, in which case, all the recording you've done is a great place to start looking at all the cons from anywhere.
I was just going to say, just find people with similar interests. Even if you could just find a Linux user group around your area, you'll find a couple of people in there that are, into the same kind of stuff you are probably.
Now, Studo, I think we had this discussion before in a previous cast, but you're someplace in Great Britain, I assume?
There's a few conferences. I'm not wholly aware of them. I have watched a few videos on YouTube from some of them. But the one that I am aware of, which is BrumCon, hasn't been run for a long time, since probably the 1980s. The actual the person that used to run BrumCon offered it to me. He basically like, you know, if you want to set it up and get it going, I've got all the contacts and stuff. You can take it over and try and rejuvenate it. I was like, well, that's a bit, yeah.
Yeah, it's also like, isn't 44Con in Great Britain?
44Con. I haven't heard of that one. Let me
I have to
just
look it up. And of course, besides London's there, and also there's something called SteelCon in Sheffield.
Right, we've got the we've got the CC, I suppose, you know, European conferences, the CCCEN and the CCC and
that's Computer Camp, right?
Yeah, Computer Chaos Club and Black Hat. There's a European Black Hat talks as well.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I was almost going to mention, you know, that kind of thing, just the environment, being in the UK, you know, hopping over to, you know, Germany or, you know, wherever, you know, something might be hosted. That's, you know, in a lot of cases, that's closer than what we'd have to do to go from like if I wanted to go to DEF CON, you know, Atlanta to Las Vegas is probably further than, you know, London to Frankfurt.
It's few and far between. I'm a member of my local ham club, and that's where I've met quite a few geeks down there. Geeks, nerds, whatever you want to call them, like people that are into their technology, and they've all got their own niche. So like it's really good to be able to go and pick people's brains and stuff.
Yeah, there's a guy who goes by the handle on Twitter of Minister Administrator. That's how it goes. Cooper, who does a lot of video recording for various cons in Europe. He actually kind of like similar to what I do here.
That's cool. I'll have to check some of his videos out. The last one I saw was an IoT presentation about the iKettle.
I'll put administrators link in both chats. I don't know why they don't link these things.
Did you say the iKettle? Like a tea kettle?
Indeed, I did. Yes. The H2O particle accelerator.
In Great Britain, they have much more advanced kettle technology. They drink so much tea, they kind of have to. We got our guns over here in the U.S. They got their tea over there.
I've got my kettle's got a microcontroller in it. It's got a thermistor, and it's like you can set the water temperature to stay at a certain temperature or boil and turn off, or yeah, it's all right.
I listen to kind of British commentators, and one of them talked about the hob. What exactly is a hob?
A hob's like your cooker. You call it a cooker, I suppose. You know, like the gas hob or the kind of cooking top where you do all your cooking on top of the cooker.
So a stove.
Grill.
Yeah, stove. Yeah, grills. But we probably call that what's inside the oven with the you know, for cooking meat on. You know, like
you have a kettle now that has like all sorts of electronic stuff. Does it talk to the internet?
No, it doesn't have an Ethernet port.
It can't.
That's the way these devices should be. I mean, yeah, I'm all for my PICs or any kind of microcontrollers and anything, but yeah, just because you can get a system on a chip and give it wireless doesn't mean it should be, you know.
No, I've always wanted a kettle on a key fob. And somebody beat me to it. I've had that idea in my back, and we had this conversation last week. Though, if you're thinking about it, there's another 5 people thinking about it at the same time.
Yeah.
So you just got to go for it.
Yeah, ideas are cheap. Yeah, nobody pays for ideas. It's the implementation, getting them through with it.
Well,
yeah, getting them to market and getting that.
I've also heard it said that the person who gets something to market second is actually the one that's better off.
The person that has the best marketing department wins. That's all that matters. You don't even have to have a good product. Probably not even any product. Just good marketing and you're gold, unfortunately.
Oh, apparently Frank Forrester was talking about, he's out of High Rock, Kansas area, and there's something called the Cowtown Computer Congress. For anybody who is in that general neck of the woods in Kansas City. Cowtown Computer Congress. Jerry joined the chat at some point.
Yeah, welcome aboard, Jerry.
Howdy.
What's up?
Let's see. John Doe. Oh, well, actually, he left, and I think he came back. I'm confused. Still see a John in the chat, but
yeah, when you mentioned Kansas City, that I don't know, that place can get real confusing because you have Kansas City, Kansas, and Kansas City, Missouri, and they border each other across the state line, and all the street names are the same. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I was in Kansas City one time. It was seemed like a not nice enough place, but
Yeah, it's just crazy the way it has it laid out. You could have the right address, but be in the wrong state. And you're wondering why you can't find what you're looking for.
Have you guys heard this fileless malware story? Yeah, anybody know about it?
no, lay it on us.
Apparently, there's a rash of fileless malware infecting banks across the globe.
Fileless. So what's the issue?
Bear with me a second. I'll just read a small part of the Ars Technical article. 2 years ago, researchers at Moscow's based Kaspersky Lab discovered their corporate network was infected with malware that was unlike anything they'd ever seen. Virtually all of the malware resided solely in the memory of the compromised computers, a feat that allowed the infection to remain undetected for 6 months or more. Kaspersky eventually unearthed evidence that DuckU2 has never seen before. Malware derived from Stuxnet, a highly sophisticated computer worm created by the US and Israel to sabotage Iran's nuclear program. That's a bit, what evidence have they got of this?
Seems a little dramatic.
Yeah, that's a bit. And DuckU's been about for a long time. It can't just be the DuckU malware.
No, there's quite a lot of fileless malware. I mean, that was the big thing about 2 years ago with the malware resident in registry keys.
I've just linked you guys. Apparently, it's got something to do with PowerShell as well.
So technically, it's not fileless. It's just not a file of its own. It's attaching itself to the registry.
Or just sitting in memory somewhere, yeah.
If no, it's purely in memory. How does it keep?
Yeah, how does it bloody load itself? Well, I suppose if the system never goes down and it's been infected, it's going to sit there until something reboots it.
Well,
there's a lot of people who don't want to reboot those servers, so I can see that.
There's been a number of worms that were like that, where it was the infection wasn't persistent. I mean that's been going on for a long time.
I've posted the link anyway. I'm just having a quick read.
I guess until it had a keyword Stuxnet, it wasn't a story.
Well, every special issue needs its own, yoga, a little yoga shit. Everything needs its own logo and so forth to get good media traction.
Like I said, it comes down to marketing, whether it's a product or malware.
I'll paste this in the chat, as the other chat, the YouTube chat, so people, if they want to see this.
There's so much hype. I mean, every time I see an article that says anonymous hacked something, I'm just like, oh, face desk.
It was a little sick.
It's not the same as what it was.
Oh no, it'll never be.
There's so many people using it as a front to do things that they want to do, and yeah.
Now, what do you think of media coverage of new pieces of malware or new vulnerabilities out there? How well do you think people are doing?
There's a lot of scare stories out there. I think the thing that a lot of my friends who are working in tech support or on call helping people out and fix their computers is the malware that's encrypting the drives now, the ransomware. Yeah, I've had quite a few people mention that, and that there are some fixes for some versions that Kaspersky have released patches for that you can actually, if you've got infected with an early version, they've released patches that will allow you to reverse your files and figure out the key because of some mistakes in the code. But the later versions are becoming more difficult. They're taking comments out of the code. They're cleaning up after themselves. They're you know, being a bit more sensible about stuff.
In other words, somebody that knows what he's doing took it and made it better.
Well, it's a game of cat and mouse, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
I noticed. I got involved in a news story here recently, and it kind of got. It was at least a bit sensationalized. Actually, this gives me a good chance to bring up that news story if I can find it. That way, we can actually view it. I want to test out this little YouTube thing because I found the YouTube thing to watch YouTube videos here, but I've not actually tested it yet. So you know, as what was his name? Bill O'Reilly said, "Fuck it, we'll do it live."
Leroy
Jenkins.
So if the internet has
All right, let me
become
close
the
that off.
Wild West for some
All right, tell me what the volume's like on this. So the YouTube plugin looks like over here on the left,
Yeah.
and I can
Share your
add
screen.
playlist.
That's right. You were on the news, Adrian.
I'm going to put you on the news.
No, he is on the news like yesterday.
Oh,
Yeah.
I was.
As an-
I was-
As
Go
an
on.
international cyber consultant.
Yeah,
oh,
can you see the
fantastic.
video?
Brilliant.
Can you see the video?
I cannot see the video though.
No.
I've seen it.
Hang on, is this something to do with Flash? No.
Oh crap! Let me go check
Probably.
Hmm.
the stream. See
Good
what
old
it's-
action script.
Yeah, we tried showing it off the screen itself. That didn't work. Well, it worked kind of. You can see on the screen, but the volume was really bad. And now I'm trying to attach to my own stream. Yes, Infinite Series, Scare does sell. That's...
Well, it's the business of it all. You know, when you go to a client and you tell them it's not if you're going to get hacked, but when, you know, they take that shit seriously, especially depending on what type of business you got.
Yeah, also, well, depends who you talk to in it too, because you might talk to the people that really care, but the
Yeah.
people that have to, you know, fork out the money for it, you know, they're a little harder to convince.
I'm going to let this play.
It looks like it auto muted you whenever you started playing something, but I'm still not hearing or seeing. Adrian.
Well, talking, well, yeah. Also, wasn't there like this AI that supposedly found new vulnerabilities like on the queuing systems and stuff like that? DARPA's claiming they have like new stuff.
I did see HD Moore's talk on audio fuzzing. Was it audio fuzzing or audio hacking? He was doing something with telephones. It was cool.
Acoustics
Yeah, that's the one. Yeah.
with all the all the visuals and stuff. Yeah, I like that.
War dialing. What was he doing? Was he war dialing fax machines or something? I can't remember.
Yeah, he was war dialing stuff and getting stuff still. Which I bet there's some like somebody that died that has a server up somewhere.
Well, I just noticed something on this YouTube player. It says that the YouTube Flash API was officially depreciated on January 27th, 2015.
So it's definitely not Flash. I've got Privacy Badger and Script Block running, and it doesn't look like it's blocking anything.
Yeah, I don't think it's you. I don't think it's you. I think it's on my end.
No. Hang on. There's something to do with YouTube here.
Annoying. Now, if I could just play my audio through there.
It's working now.
What part is working?
Oh, it also says you need Flash Player 8 to enable this gadget. Hang on.
I'm not seeing anything.
Well, it wasn't even shown in the stream when I put up my YouTube. So
No, Script Block was blocking it, and I can see that it says now playing when hackers attack, and you need Flash Player 8 Plus enabled.
I don't even see that message.
Check script block if you're running it.
Also, you can run Google Canary. It's really good. Instead of Chrome. There's a developer version of Chrome. And it has all kinds of like gRPC enabled and doesn't need Flash and stuff like that.
Yeah, if I was running it through Chrome, it's got its own Flash player, but so is Firefox. It's just weird it's not working in my browser.
Yeah, but have you seen Chrome Canary?
I gotta work on mine. You gotta to see anything. You gotta go on.
Oh, you're lagging out a bit, advanced.
Yeah, I heard to see anything you need to, and then it cut out.
Okay, that's weird.
Unplug your roommate's Ethernet cable.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. On the left side panel of the Hangouts, you gotta click on the YouTube app one.
Yeah, but that it still doesn't show it out on the stream.
I don't know. I was talking to.
Let's try this. Let me try a screen share real quick. Let me show you how anything stupid open. Or too stupid.
I had to click on the little YouTube icon and allow it to do what it wanted to do, and now it's well, yeah. I can see it doesn't look like it's playing. But
here's an idea.
It popped up that Adrian had paused it, and as soon as he started playing it, and it even has a note there. It says the mic will mute the playback during playback. Well, he muted out when he paused it. His voice came back, but videos you'll say stuck there.
You can share application screen as well.
Yeah, last time we did that though, the volume was incredibly low.
Just SSH forward it. You got this.
Can you select your output as your sound device?
I don't know as I can.
I know with OBS
your
you can
output
change all
as your.
that. So if you take OBS and you add the source, you can change the sources and stream different things.
All right, how loud is this when I play this?
Has become the Wild West for cyber criminals. As you're
Acceptable.
about to see, it takes just moments.
Perfect.
Bad guys walk right through the front door. We asked a group of cyber experts to show us the new attacks hackers are using to seal.
But is it just me, or does everybody else think when they hear cyber, they talk about age, sex, location?
more or less.
I've actually heard of people in marketing and so forth, basically for government stuff. They get told essentially, "Oh, we don't have money for infosec research, but we have money for cyber."
Do you want to cyber with me?
Hey, big boy.
Your information and your secret.
You got that suave Jane Bond accent.
That's what you should say in every meeting about security.
Oh, and there you have it.
Businesses.
That's where the news go.
I mean, that took 2 minutes.
And of course, you have your montage of people typing shit.
I hear the audio. I don't see the audio.
Oh my god.
Chairman or celebrities.
You said you do hear the audio?
I hear the audio, but I don't see the video. It's still just stuck.
Huh.
Oh, you gotta go back to Adrian.
Adrian.
Not on the YouTube app anymore.
It's working for me.
Send me the link.
Yeah,
post the
I'm seeing
link.
it.
Post the link in the chat.
Okay. Oh, did you figured out something?
Yeah.
Let me.
I clicked on Adrian. Now I'm seeing the infinite mirrors.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Yeah, sweet, nice one.
Yeah, that's the chat. That's the link.
Let's see what. Adrian, you gotta get Little Snitch for your computer. It's a personal firewall.
They tell me everything that's trying to make a connection out.
Yeah. And you can stop it or anything that's coming in.
So, Suda, you got the URL. What exactly are you planning to do with it?
Just trying this. There's a service here called syncvideo.com. I don't know whether it's any good or whether it'll work.
I wanted to write.
We'll give it a shot. Besides, I got to walk to the fridge and get more vodka. Such is the way of things. Because I'd really like to be on some streams to be able to analyze videos online and just go over those. I think that'd be kind of cool. What do y'all think?
Yeah,
I think if you
I
can
think
still
it'd be
walk,
fun.
I think if you can still walk to get more vodka, then you definitely haven't had enough yet.
That's fine. That is an issue.
Playlist is 0. It won't let me add to the playlist. I'm not registering for an account.
To bring it to a slightly depressing thing for a bit, I found it in many ways my mom and my uncle were a lot alike. After they passed, I knew about mom because, I lived with her for so long, but I haven't for 20 years. Uncle, not as much until I started going through his stuff at his house. People buy things for projects and then never finish the project. Like, I'm sure with people who do electronics and so forth, like advanced, you just buy stuff that you intend to use eventually, but it sits for like 2 years, you never do anything with it.
90% done is just about done, and that's a good place to pause.
Oh yeah, I tell you what, the amount of components I've just got stacked up all over the place. I'm like, I will use that one day, so I'm not going to get rid of it.
I got that for some electronics, and I got that for locks. Like, I have cam locks from like 2 years ago. I meant to mount in games, and I just haven't yet.
The lock hobby thing is dangerous. Once you get into the lock hobby, it's yeah.
Yeah, I got like a 60-pound bag of padlocks in my car.
my lockbox I can hardly pick up. Yeah.
I go to the gym so I can pick up mine.
Yeah. I have to stop myself from buying really shitty padlocks now because like I've done enough of them. It's
what's the point? There's only so many master locks you need. Well, mine I take to villages and they get broken, and occasionally I have to throw some out. But
fair, yeah, fair play.
But I actually have an account with a legitimate locksmith company, and they have free shipping if you order. I think it's over $150 worth of materials, and I've met that several times.
You, so well, how am I going to hear it?
So did you figure anything about the video? Or what exactly is the service you're going to try, man?
It's sync video. I'm just seeing if I can add. I can't. It doesn't seem to let me add to the playlist. Hang on. That's probably why, because it's got a extended bit of fucking. Nope. 2 seconds.
I figured you were reading the EULA before you started.
No, I agree.
Section 5,
yeah, whatever. No, this thing's not working. Oh, actually, it does actually say, it doesn't say paste the URL. It says paste the video ID. No. Oh, the service is shit.
Yeah. Looks like CypherSound couldn't stay on. Apparently he's bogarting Wi-Fi from someplace, and his connection's a little bit doesn't have a very good ping time.
He needs a better Pringles can.
Or Yagi.
Oh, Yagi, I have this great I have this great big parabolic dish antenna.
Have you guys ever made antennas from scratch and do all the math and stuff?
As far as Yankees, yeah. As far as dishes, no.
There's some fun stuff you can do to your laptop, and you get like twice the range and stuff like that.
Oh yes, B blank off TB. I can see the chat. I'm not always checking it regularly, but I do see it. Yeah, the stream thing I have, the main stream has a different chat. If you're in the channel, it shows you a different chat than what it shows on YouTube. So I'm not always checking out the YouTube one. Okay, so you said the service you would try and suit it. It's not going to work out, you don't think?
No, unfortunately not. I've actually just tried their own demo on the site, and the demo falls over.
When I did my screen share, you could basically hear it, right?
Yeah, I could hear it. And I could see it. I could see it in the channel.
Well, we'll go back to that for the time being then.
Cool. Okay.
And there I am.
Is who are targets? How prevalent is it?
We're very concerned, and it's very prevalent. It seems like it's a distortion.
Is everything hackable? Pretty much.
If it turns on.
So how do hackers attack? U of L computer engineering professor Adrian Louth shows us how one email could take over your computer.
There's only a few agents in InfoSec, and it just so happens that this one happens to be in the Louisville area also.
What exploit did you use, Adrian?
This is not me.
Okay.
This is a different Adrian.
That's Metasploit.
Yeah, he looks like he's setting up. I'm not sure. I see the payload, but I don't know what exactly he's using. I'm assuming he's sending a piece of malware that the person runs on the machine. Also, it looks like there's a period there. Set.lport.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it looked anyway, though.
Yeah, the listen port.
I created some.
Well, I thought the dot would make it break. Never mind.
Yeah, I thought so too.
Yeah, just go back a sec. Let's have a look.
Your University of Louisville faculty.
Let's analyze this video. Enhance.
To what looks like a document viewer. And without much thought, you click.
Something changed here, and I now have full control of this machine.
Very basic phishing
Liar.
attacks like these work.
Why would you click anything?
Why would you what?
Why would you click anything?
People do, man. I do phishing
All
attacks.
the time.
People click shit that I'm just like, why would you do that? But yeah, people, someone as silly as that, well, might be. Yeah, people will click that.
They will make phone calls to India and do shit and let people in. They don't care.
Yeah, like some of these, you've been into one of those Pakistani or Indian phishing, phone social engineering attacks where they try to convince you have all sorts of malware on your machine.
Oh yeah, the phone scams. Yeah.
I try to have phone sex with those people.
That's
Doesn't even matter the gender.
The Microsoft support engineers. You're phoning me to tell me I've got a virus?
Well,
That's nice.
either I have OS 2 or Linux installed, or I start asking them age, sex, location. Eventually, one person put me on as manager who was a woman. Eventually, I was having phone sex with a dude. He switched me to a woman. Her last words to me was something like, "Fuck you, motherfucker." So
you just agree and tell them that you're doing everything that they're doing on the screen. Set up a VM, port forward to the VM. Just watch them fail.
I pissed off one time because I said, I think I may have told this in the stream before. I said, "You Indian scammers." He said, "I am not Indian. I am Pakistani." I'm like, "Well, you can't tell the difference between an Englishman and a Frenchman." That didn't go over well. Apparently, the Indians and the Pakistanis don't necessarily like each other, depending on where you are.
Oh, dude! Every day they have this it's like a war scenario march in front of the gates between Pakistani and India, and it used to be they used to fight every day.
Shit.
But now they do like this dance. If somebody could find it online, I can't share videos, but it's fucking amazing.
I'll have to check that out at some point in time. All right, we'll continue with this.
Are you sure they're not still fighting in the mountains?
No, they have some sort of ritual dance they do. It's like a freaking peacock dance.
Right, okay.
Not like our chicken dance here in America. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah. No.
No. Oh my God.
Look up chicken dance on YouTube sometime. You'll find it.
Oh, I know the chicken dance.
The firewall you've set up because you've invited them in.
People are notoriously trustworthy. People tend to trust when they shouldn't.
Here's another. Information security expert Steven Ramirez was able to download basic software he found for free on the internet to create a very real-looking fake Facebook login. Without reservation, I type in my email and password. It's sent straight to the attacker's computer.
No one would really ever guess or think that this is a fake Facebook login page. I can do with eBay, any banking site.
If hackers are looking for your password,
See, if anything from work comes in, I scrutinize that URL like a mother. I check out the SSL cert.
To you ever since you started smoking.
I guess most people don't.
I used to get emails every now and then from our cybersecurity department, and even if I knew it was legit, if anything looked a little odd, I'd report their own emails to them.
Yeah,
and,
we had some similar here because we had legit. It was internal. It seemed right. It was asking us to set and send or Macintosh, what is it, master password for our computers to this account, and the head of the company had to email us all and say, yes, this really is, we're serious. We mean it, because sometimes a machine needs to be recovered and we don't have access. But yeah, those kind of emails to security people end up causing paranoia. Because dude, if you're a hacker type, it sucks when you get hacked because it feels so demeaning. I got hacked one time, at least on Irongeek.com, and that was because I had a buddy using my shared account. I gave him a website underneath my hosting, and he didn't keep things up to date. Someone found an exploit in the, I want to say it was a CMS package he was using, and they used that to get to my shit.
Unlucky.
Sucked.
Like, it's terrible when you actually, like, I can't say that I've ever, I can't actually remember if I've done anything really stupid, but that realization when you actually realize, oh shit, what I've just fucking had that like left like that for ages. Yeah, that realization feeling's horrible.
Hey, but this is the problem that's gonna happen. It's like, I know, like in the dark now, a lot of hackers get hacked, or even security people get hacked, but we tend to find out how they did it and then go from there. So, and this is, creates a whole war, a whole different scenario. Have you ever had a hacker war with somebody in your network?
Not really, though. I have a game that's based on the concept.
Like, you're literally like, you have a network, you're working for this company, and this guy keeps on getting in, or at least the same technique, or...
I had that for a little while on Irongeek.com until I found out what happened was my buddy's side account that was underneath my account got hacked, and then I figured it out. But it happened a couple times where someone was using someone else's web shell that had been laid by someone else previous. They found it via a scanner and then used it to fucking deface my site. And I was like, okay, I got to burn this all down and start from the beginning, but figure out why they did it and how they did it. And I figured, oh shit, John's site got hacked. I got to shut that shit down. Sorry, John, your website's gone because I got to get mine back up.
Do you remember the days of like the sub-7 scanners and then back orifice BO2K?
I know of them, yes.
Did you never used BO2K?
No, it was a little bit. I didn't start Irongeek.com until 2004.
Right.
And I didn't actually have a legit security job until 2012.
Cool. But back in the day, I used to read a site called neworder.box.sk and black.box.sk, and they were like the hacking sites. They got like all InfoSec news, but the box.net, the .box.sk network is now depreciated, but it's available on the internetarchive.com. So
you know what old site I'd like to see back up, just so I can have it for historical purposes? One I used to go to a lot in the late 90s. It was called Silicon Toad and the Infinity Void.
I've not heard of that one.
Or Silicon Toad's Infinity Void. He used to have a collection of various hacking tools back in the late 90s.
FNet, Undernet. That's what comes to mind when I hear 90s.
Somebody asked me recently, like, who Tim Berners-Lee was. I was like, he's the guy that killed gophers.
Oh, man. Gophers are horrible for horses.
But up fun.
Did you know I was just got onto the internet with the whole gopher thing, so like I never actually got to experience that stuff.
Oh, see, I wasn't a computer geek during the. I hung out with a buddy who did bullet board systems, but I really wasn't into it at the time. But my introduction to the internet, strangely enough, was seeing an FAQ that was posted on a local university's bulletin board system, and seeing these internet URLs for like Gopher and www and so forth. I was like, how do I get these? It was like a FAQ for Highlander, the TV show and the movie.
No, the first computer I ever got given was an old 286, and it has got MS-DOS 3.0, 12.5 megahertz, 256K cache, RAM maybe, and yeah, that's where it all started. But I never got a modem. I never got online until dial-up really took off. So I missed out on the early days of the internet.
Yeah, my early days of the internet, well, web at least, come from like circa 92 and 93, and I was like borrowing my brother's account to be able to do shit.
Was it a CompuServe account?
No. I had university. Because the universities were the only people that had decent bandwidth.
True. That's very true.
The school in town, because we lived out in the boonies, the school in town had a first class server set up. And first class is like a software suite for teams and stuff like that, where they can share documents and make events and calendars and stuff like that. It's kind of like an inter office networking thing back in the day. So they set one up in the server room, in the back server room, and gave it a number. And we used to phone in, and that was like the first time downloading like MP3 and shit like that.
Napster,
and that was in like that was frickin' 94 or something.
Napster and SoulSeek.
Yeah, SoulSeek. I remember that one.
SoulSeek was awesome. Yeah. SoulSeek is still going now. SoulSeek is still a thing, I think.
Where at?
I'm gonna play a little more of the video and try.
I'm pretty sure you can still download SoulSeek. If you just type SLSK into Google, you'll probably find it.
Password information. It's scary just how much personal data is out there without you knowing, making it easy for them to crack the code. Information security consultant Adrian Crenshaw.
Yeah, that's much better.
Yeah.
Check out that beard.
Grizzly Adams, man.
FamilyTreeNow.com.
There's a site you can go into and basically find related to what addresses they've been at the last several years.
And right there, there's information on me, my husband, my siblings, my address.
Being able to go to a site like this and find out, oh, this is your...
Have you all been on that website I mentioned?
Yeah, you've mentioned it like 4 times.
Yeah, I saw that. I saw this video and I'm like, oh, it's a real thing. Like, this whole time I could have been there checking it out.
You know the great thing about having a beard is it starts covering up your double chin. Anyway.
First child.
Oh my God.
That's one of the password reset questions. Okay, now I have you.
These are very basic tricks of the hacking trade, but FBI special agents...
Yes, really. I actually legitimately did use one of these websites once. I used Moose Roots to actually help penetrate a corporate network because we were able to look up someone's one of the reset. They had like a password reset portal, and one of the reset questions for someone we knew was at the company was something like, "What is your eldest child's name?" Well, via Moose Roots, we were able to find that.
It was funny when you mentioned the beard. I started growing mine because I figured if shit hit the fan, I had to change my appearance real quick. It's a whole lot easier to cut it off than to grow it.
True.
Stephen Oakes sees much more. Ever heard of ransomware? It's when hackers corrupt your files with a virus and then make you pay.
It'll encrypt them. And it will encrypt them to the point that you cannot access them without paying a ransom.
Doxing is when a hacker steals your proof.
But what is? I've seen a couple people spell doxing with 2 X's. I've always spelled it with 1 X.
It's more dramatic.
More elite this way.
I'm gonna start spelling it with 2
One
X.
more X and it's porn.
Yeah, I was gonna say that we're gonna use 3 X's, but it got filtered out by spam filters. So.
Yeah, it's spelled with a 0 and a 1.
That might be the next string's name would be doxing with 3 X's.
They go marketing. How should we spell this?
Personal information and then spreads it all over the internet. And hackers.
Oh yeah, spread that all over the internet. Oh yeah, that's what I want. So the audio coming through the YouTube video is decent now?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Secretly use your computer as a weapon in a denial of service attack when they upload a website.
ADSL.
They have to do a lot of quick cuts, a lot of finger things. They gotta make some kind of action because, let's face it, real hacking to watch it is fucking boring. To watch.
To you, it is.
Well, I mean, I want to know what they're doing. I want to know the concepts and the techniques. But actually, we're sitting there watching someone else type into a command line. Like, I don't play some video games I like, and I don't find playing them boring, but I can't stand to watch them. Then again, I must be different because one of the biggest YouTubers in the world is a guy named PewDiePie who does video playthroughs and shit. And I'm like, I don't get why people want to watch this.
I think with coding, it's such a slow process because, you know, to get something up and running, then test and debug and stuff like that. Yeah, okay, you can probably knock something out in half an hour or whatever. But like, if you're working on a sizable project, it's going to take you longer than maybe 2 weeks or something to finish. Maybe even longer, all depending on what kind of scope you're working on something. So it's a much slower paced thing than we're used to.
I think videos should portray that a bit better, saying like, because most people think like, oh, I know this thing and this thing out of the book and I can program. But really, it's kind of like a way of going about it, like debugging, trying something new, adding a watch or something like that.
Some hacker tutorial videos and so. The thing I hate the most is when they don't narrate it. They type out everything in like Notepad and then do it.
Oh, fucking hate that.
I hate that.
Wait. You have to look at Live Overflow. Have you guys seen that guy's videos?
No, but we can go to that in a second.
Amazing.
Let's finish this one up real quick. But anyway, I can see why they do it with jump splices because it makes things more visually interesting. Like, you ever watched the movie Hackers?
Yep.
No.
No. What's that?
It had Angelina Jolie when she was 15.
She was 18, but yeah, she was young.
Are those like crackers with hot sauce or something?
Something garbage file?
No, man, it's zero cool, brah.
I mean,
I had a buddy. I had a male buddy who vaguely remembered the movie. He didn't remember what the characters all named. So for a short time, he tried to use the handle online of Acid Burn, but he's a dude.
Serial killer?
The serial killer looks kind of cute. And that's kind of based on Captain Crunch a little bit.
I pointed out yesterday to somebody, I was like, that's Angelina Jolie there. And they were like, no, it's not. I'm like, yes, that is Angelina Jolie.
It still looks like her. She's just a little bit younger.
A little bit? Yeah. Or like another person younger?
A lot of it.
1995 younger.
Yeah.
Do you know, I remember going to the cinema.
Baby younger.
I remember going to the cinema and having to lie about my age to get into the cinema.
See, I saw it at a friend's house after the fact on like VHS or something.
I saw it on HBO.
Yeah, I saw it way after the fact.
To the point it crashes. Do most people who get hacked like that ever know that they were part of it?
There's a good amount of those computers you have no idea they're hacked. And the reason for that is it's designed in such a way that you won't know.
As scary as all of this sounds, cyber experts are concerned about what's next. At this point, your iPhone or Android is considered pretty secure, but maybe not for long.
I do think it's just a matter of time until the wrong people get good at monetizing the effort to infect more of those phones. And we know that malware does exist.
But phones are just the start.
There's always a way to breach something.
We live in a world of what the experts call the Internet of Things. And that can include anything in your own home, from your security system to your thermostat to even your smoke detector. If it's connected to the Internet, it's hackable. The potential...
I was talked a little bit about Internet of Things while I was there. I don't think they used any of my video for that, but
I've got to say we might be laughing about this, guys, but we've got to take it seriously as well. There are people out there that find it very difficult to understand how technology works. I mean, think about your mom or your dad buying an IoT device, and they just get home and plug it straight in. It's that's the way the news have got to present it, I suppose.
Yeah, and not only that, you guys read about that bill that got passed in December where the FBI can hack into any system that's part of like a botnet or is infected with something without a warrant?
Oh, yeah, I saw that.
They're only just justifying what they've been doing for a long time, I believe.
Yep.
I have no porn on my machine that's illegal, just really, really weird.
Oh, what?
Luckily, I have no porn on my computer that's illegal, just really, really weird.
What is it? Somebody was telling me tentacle porn or something.
Tentacle porn? What the fuck?
I don't know. The weirdest porn I think I've seen is nugget porn.
The fuck is that?
Nugget porn.
I'm not sure I want to know.
Quadruple amputee.
You what?
Quadruple amputee porn. Nugget porn.
Yeah, there's probably a market for that stuff. I mean, come on, rule number 31.
There's also Mexican sugar dad.
Rule number 35, number 34, 35, 34, 31.
34 is you. Right, 34 is if it exists, there's porn of it.
That's
35 is if it doesn't exist, you got to make it.
Oh God.
I'll continue the video a little bit.
For hackers, and the danger seems endless. And unfortunately, human nature is the weakest link.
When you
Oh no.
crossing the road as a kid, right? Your parents told you to look both ways, but we don't know how to teach people very well how to look both ways digitally.
Our experts say there are some.
Actually, I was expecting her to take my clip because she seemed to like it, but she didn't use it. I paraphrased Boris Velvik, and I said, "Don't click stuff." His line is for security for like the novices: "Don't click shit."
Man, just remember all these news people. They have to go after they shoot this. They have to go to the editor, then goes to the producer, and then he chooses.
Yeah, I used to do small business consulting, not from a security standpoint, just like in general. Yeah, I mean, my brother-in-law had a CPA firm, and he took me on so he could offer IT services to his clients, and I got his client base. It was a win-win deal. But yeah, usually the first time I go into a new client, I'd give him a real quick security speech, and honestly, I never, this is when, like Slammer and all that stuff was going on, early 2000s, and none of my clients ever had, got hit with any of that. But they were also so scared that I was getting phone calls fairly often. They get an email and they'd call me and ask if something was okay to click on. And since I was the one who's gonna have to clean up the mess if they clicked on it, I was glad they called. It's definitely possible to educate the users. You just gotta, scare the hell out of them.
I mean, is the answer a segregated home network so that all devices that are control devices are on a separate network to computing devices?
That's the way to fucking do it right there.
Tag traffic.
Yeah, I don't know. From my perspective, the way to do it is don't buy a fucking Bluetooth light bulb.
But you can't say that because the scope for these devices being useful and like having remote access to certain things to monitor stuff is really, really useful in some.
Yeah, it should be over Ethernet though, for sure.
Over Ethernet.
Over Ethernet on a separate VLAN or something, right?
Well, over dial-up's the way to do it, dude. Bring it back.
But why make everything fucking Wi-Fi or Bluetooth when it would be
tunnel it through SSH to a DMZ box?
You could still brute force on dial-up.
I kind of want to write like a white paper for an RFC for IP over voice.
Not voice over IP.
Receives the packet. You read it out over like a voice system, a phone, a megaphone to someone else, hexadecimal. And then they put it back on the line someplace else. IP over voice.
Interesting.
Wait, isn't there a project that somebody did, something called Whisper, where they literally hacked all your audio devices and the malware communicated through audio?
That's completely possible. Yeah.
No. There's a GitHub project.
There was one they did where they would increase the CPU cycles and heat up the box, and basically, I guess, like flash bits to something that was reading it. I mean, it obviously took months to get anything out of it, but.
You're talking about the audio. That's interesting because they could use inaudible frequencies to exfiltrate data.
Basically they use you can use whatever frequencies that are not hearable to the human ear. So you will never hear it, but it's happening all over your devices.
The other thing as well is, I mean, when you disable when you take a laptop and you disable it from being able to access a network by removing the NIC or by taking the wireless card out or something like that. I mean, the speakers and the microphone are really the last things you think about disabling. Maybe putting a switch on the microphone and speakers so they're actually physically disconnected from the board.
Yeah, I mean, I've been messing around with the cameras on like my netbook and see if I can turn into a UART. They use the USB port as a UART, and then add a UART to it instead of having a camera and then having the pins come out of the back or something.
You might be able to get a UART onto the camera. Have you? I've got a couple of UART adapters, but I've never really toyed about with them that much.
I found it. It's at GitHub quiet/quiet. Transmit data with sound includes binaries from sound cards and dot waves or whatever. Is that it?
Have you got a link?
Yeah, I'll send it. Let me make sure this is it.
All right, let's finish this video up real quick.
As you're about to
Oh
see,
shit! I fucked it up.
Our experts say there are some simple things you can do to avoid becoming a victim. Have up-to-date antivirus software running on your computer. Freeze your credit. That way, if someone does steal your information, they can't open anything new in your name. And finally, if you do get hacked, report it to the FBI at the website ic3.gov.
She should have used my don't click shit. Well, Boris's. Mine was, his is don't click shit. Mine was don't click stuff because I knew it was going out on terrestrial TV.
Lindsay Allen, WDRB News.
Somebody should make a plugin or an extension that when you like click on something, like, "Are you a fool?" or something like that. Like,
all right, who's this other guy whose tutorials you were saying were funny?
Oh no, that were great. Live Overflow.
Live.
Do any of you guys know who the programmer is? That's the one that's got the hilarious music at the start of his videos. He's a really good programmer, though.
No. Here, I send you the link over there. It's like github.com quiet.
Do you know how buffer overflow really works?
This guy?
Yeah, that worked. That guy is pretty cool. He's pretty like down to earth. He has some other cool stuff there.
What goes into these amazing memory corruption exploits? Have you ever really tried to understand modern XSS attacks that abuse?
So you're saying this guy gives good explanations?
Yeah, and he's kind of funny too sometimes. So I don't know.
Okay, I was just looking for purely funny, like funny bad.
Oh, bad? No. I wish there was
just
one
Google
out there.
hacker, and you should probably get all kinds of worthless.
Google what now?
Hacker.
Well, actually, do a YouTube search for hacker. What do you get? Oh, Hacker Jeopardy. Not that again. Yeah.
Oh, you can put on the do. Do you know
The
about
Dude?
the do? Yeah, the do. D-O-O-O-O. It's this guy that's really good with like guitars, and he plays music while people like play like Call of Duty and shit, and these kids go crazy.
Like that?
I can't see it. D-O-O-O. The do, whatever.
The Do. D-O-O-O.
Yeah. Oh no.
What's going on, my dudes? Welcome to the Best of the Do 2016
This
video.
him?
I want to thank you guys.
Yeah, Bob.
Let's see what videos he's got.
There's another guy that does a video where
What's going on, my dudes?
does the
Well,
voices
I'm working
of
on
Ted
another.
and stuff like that, like the crazy bear.
At some point in time, I want to. Oh shoot, that's not the right one. There's a video from. I'm trying to think the comment. It's November. There's a talk from this con that I kind of want to cover. I know it might cause a shitstorm though. Crap! I gotta find it. It was this most crazy person talking about the most SJW type crap.
What?
It's like it's insane. Let me see if I can find it. You all carry on for a second talking amongst yourselves. I'm gonna figure this out.
It was funny, when we paused that last video at one point where it had, they're talking about a DDoS, and there's a screen up that had a target page on it. I didn't realize, initially when I saw the LG logo on the monitor, I thought it was an HP logo, and that reminded me of several years ago, HP DDoSed themselves on Black Friday because they had their printers calling home, phoning home, and there was a bug in the code. So, all the printers that were already out there in warehouses and in stores and being sold that Christmas, all the ones that had been sold and that are out there, I mean, they're all phoning home to the point where they took down their own site on Black Friday.
Oh wow!
Yeah, and that was sad but true. One of those type of deals. But to resolve it, they actually worked with Microsoft and got an updated driver pushed out through Microsoft Update. It was just kind of funny that they wound up DDoSing themselves.
Yeah, this is the November talk. November talk I could cover. It's more about development. It's not about security directly. But this same con kicked someone out essentially for using the term the internet used to be promiscuous, as in everybody could see everything, because he was slut-shaming the internet. Also, because apparently he said something about, how'd you like that hot chicken? And somebody inferred that meant, how do you like those hot chicks? If they were in Nashville, hot chicken is a thing in Nashville. It's like their hot chicken is just a certain type of chicken, fried chicken, that they serve in Nashville. It's really good stuff if you ever get a chance.
It's like chili in Texas.
Yeah, well, chili in a couple
Don't
places.
call me a chili. Okay.
Well, let's listen to a little bit of this person's talk.
Is extremely pernicious in the tech environment. If I hear "well, actually" one more time, I think my brain's going to melt. If I hear "just use Python" or "just use JavaScript" to a legitimate question about a different language, I think I'm going to scream. And I want to carry an air horn around for any time anyone of a non-marginalized group says "well, actually" to a person of a marginalized group. I want to take that air horn, place it about 4 to 5 inches away from their face. That's what I want to do. Because I'm sick and tired of hearing about how a man perceives that I should act as a woman in tech. Yesterday was pretty terrible in tech, and yesterday was pretty terrible in general. My heart goes out to the citizens of Paris, and in tech, there were some real problems. He who shall not be named went on a diatribe about college and creating your own startups, and
let's move to a different spot in the video. Basically, she's the most whiny, entitled person I've ever found on YouTube.
Community
Well,
is the
that's not
keystone
true.
to everything that
In
we
tech
do.
on YouTube.
It's where you find good jobs and avoid toxic environments. If your
Apparently
company
somebody broke her heart.
What was that, man?
Apparently somebody broke her heart.
Yeah, I mean, really, this entire talk, I'll link it in the streams. Check this thing out later. I thought about having an episode where we do nothing but cover this.
I was wondering the significance of why she chose 45 inches for the air horn.
Yeah, me too.
So they don't shatter. So the person's eardrums don't get shattered.
I think it was 425, not 45.
Oh, could have been.
She just spoke a little quickly.
having Q&A at the end of this talk. If you'd like to discuss anything in the talk, feel free to find me at some point during the conference. I just tend to find that questions in a setting like this tend to, the interactions with others that we...
Anyway, you have to watch the entire talk in order. It's messed up. I thought about, doing a cast where we do nothing but basically Mystery Science 3000 this. Is it 3000?
Oh, wow. Yeah, I know what you're talking about, but we need the shadows.
Such is the way of things. I'm going to stop broadcasting. Does anybody have anything they want to talk about?
I don't know.
I'm just trying to finish this design, man.
I was trying to sideline this with talk about how the media covers InfoSec topics and so forth. And I can understand why they have to do it the way they do it, because a deep down analysis would probably be really fucking boring to watch.
What do you think of your interview, and how do you think they portrayed it?
They did a good job. I came ill prepared because I was going to see my mom after going to the interview, and I didn't really have. You always have the time. People say they don't have the time for something. They didn't take the time. I didn't take the time to set up a really good demo that they'd want to see. So I mostly just talked to them about different issues. And the only thing they really got out of all of it, I talked to them about how successful phishing campaigns are. I talked to them a little bit about Internet of Things. But the only thing they kept from it was me showing that Family Tree website where you can find all this, the docs on people.
But the more you would have prepared and given something that was, in yours or our opinion, real primo information, the less likely they'd be to actually present it the way you intended it. Because
There is that.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to get sent uphill, the editors and producers, and it's going to go through so many little compartments to people that, they have no idea. They don't know anything about the science, and they're strictly looking at it from an advertising revenue and demographic standpoint in their audience, and how they think it fits in. And
I get why they have to keep it interesting, so I can't totally.
But even if we did keep, we don't know how to keep it interesting to the extent that they're revenue people, I mean, their marketing department and their ad revenue, and all the actuarial data for all that. I mean, they're gonna. No matter how much effort we put into information we give them, it's still going to just get thrown out, and it's going to be edited down to the what they think will sell the most advertising.
Yeah, but also don't forget, there's also sometimes people from the inside that already hack the fucking place, and they don't want anybody else poking around, and that gets in the way. I mean, when money's pushed around and people
I hate when that happens.
Who cares? Who cares? But yeah. Hey, have you guys ever soldered a UFL antenna?
No, can't say that I have.
No.
A what antenna?
Is it like it's like a dot UFL? Like for your your little M2 SATA M2 wireless cards?
No.
Yeah, I modified this killer
made a
Wi-Fi
discone.
to what?
I made a discone antenna. Discone.
Yeah, discone. Well, UFL are like those like little those female little ports you have when you open your laptop or something. There's like 2 or 3 cables, a white one or a blue one. Oh, sorry, white one, blue one, or black one. Depending on what kind of card you have 3 connections. I'm talking about those little things. Like I took a killer card and I modified the chip and I changed it for something else. I'm gonna see if it works now.
Good luck.
Hey man, so how about if I trade that luck for some faith?
You should. Is it just coax? You should just solder the outer wire to the ground and then the inner wire to the output.
Because I'm sick and tired of hearing about how a man perceives that I should act as a woman in tech.
Hey, woman, leave me alone.
Yesterday was pretty terrible.
I'm trying to stop it. Stop playing.
Adrian.
Oh man.
I silenced her. It's all good.
Adrian, I'm sure you like her.
Oh yeah, Adrian's in
Yeah.
No, definitely not.
Yeah.
You might as well go ahead and just find her Twitter now and start stalking her.
Oh, she's got me blocked already before I ever even communicated with her.
Yes.
He already
we can
did
message her on your behalf.
FamilyTree.com. He already knows where she lives, everything.
No, please don't bring that shit up because these people have a persecution project. They'll believe you. No, this is a person I want to avoid at any conference because they'll just. I looked at some of the other stuff and they're just a mental case.
Oh wow! Have you seen mental cases or people like just not like screw up in presentations that you can just show online?
I have a friend. I know of one that the beginning of the talk is incredibly funny to watch, but I actually like the guy a lot, so I don't want to show it. But yeah, I've seen some weird talks. I've recorded probably a few, but yeah.
Yeah. I don't know. So does anybody here play with like machine learning and stuff like that by any chance?
I took the class for my InfoSec degree, and it was the worst grade I ever made because basically machine learning is linear algebra, calculus, statistics, and pain.
No,
I
not
turned
pain.
it off.
And fun.
I was never much good at calculus.
I haven't done it since high school, so
Don't
that
remind
was 20 years ago.
I'm on a work term, so don't remind me.
My son was doing factorials the other day for his homework. I'm like, oh, awesome.
Yeah, tell him your calculator only goes up to 69. See if he'll give you the one for 70.
That is,
Yeah.
that is really great. I'm so proud of you, son.
There's
Oh,
some big
no.
numbers. There's some big numbers.
I remember when I used to be a kid, I had a TI-83 and I used to like write code and stuff on the calculator. And I used to show my mom and she'd be like, whatever. Do your homework.
Yeah, stop fucking around.
Stop fucking around. What are you programming that thing for?
I can't remember the calculator I had, but I used to love playing Tetris in the middle of my math classes with it.
I used to do the same thing too.
I had a programmable, graphic Casio calculator, and I used to make little fractal designs on it. But one time in English class in like 7th grade or something, we had a spelling test, and I asked if we could use calculators. Because I actually had.
Do you want to know a hack that we used to use when we were at school?
Sure.
You know the scientific calculators and the big graphic ones, the ones with the graphic displays. They were quite a new thing at the time. Casio ones were the first early ones, I think. And you could store notes on them, so you could store all the equations at the bottom of the calculator if you just pressed enter, 200 times, and then left the notes at the bottom. Unless somebody physically scrolled all the way to the bottom of the document, they wouldn't know that the notes were in there.
Dude, I should tell you this. In calculus, I had the Hornada one, the one that had like a little color screen and a whole full keyboard. Have you guys seen that one for engineering? I used to literally write code, like C programs, and just compile it there. And freaking, I could do like full-on differential equations with the steps. Where I need to put what, and it was crazy.
That's awesome. No, I've used ZX88, an Amstrad NC200, and the Scion little handheld computers.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've used those a few times, but it's mostly basic on those.
Yeah, I remember I didn't have a lot of money for a laptop, so all I had was like Palm Pilots and those little Windows CE machines and stuff like that. Sorry, that's what I played with. Did you guys ever fuck around with that with Wi-Fi and when it was Wax? Was it Wax before Backtrack, before Kali? It was Wax and what else?
What?
No, there was.
There were two distros because
it was Knoppix and stuff, wasn't it?
Yeah.
No. The thing is,
STD?
No. The thing is Backtrack because I used to develop for the FLAC ISO. You guys ever saw FLAC?
Oh yeah,
that was Slackware based, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was FLAC based. Yeah. And I used to contribute a lot to that project. And there was before Backtrack, it was something called a Wi-Fi one. Because I had the Canopix.
There was Auditor.
And there was the other one. I'll look for it. Really
Auditor was one of the big ones.
There was AirSnort, it was AirSnort that would crack the web passwords.
Yeah, but this is
back when word chalking was popular.
Wi-Fi.
Yeah, he's talking about old distro though.
Old distro.
It's before Backtrack. Do you guys remember Backtrack?
Yeah.
Yes. First started.
Backtrack's still around, isn't it?
No, it's
Kali
it's
called Kali.
Yeah. I'll look for the wiki, but it was Wax, and there was something else.
Auditor.
And then that made it.
I think there's a lot of people download Kali and think, oh, I've got Kali downloaded, I'm running Kali, I'm now a hacker. Which you gain so much more if you download the tools and configure them individually, because then you're learning how to compile source, where you're running them from, where they're stored, the process of installing plugins and stuff. When it comes to stuff like that, they're just,
Yeah, I learned more about Linux doing an Arch Linux install than I ever have.
Oh yeah, Arch Linux is awesome, man. I love Arch.
I've never go for it.
My first Linux install was Slackware 3.0, and I literally downloaded 100+ physical floppies and installed
I've been there too.
You beat me to it, dude. My first install of Linux was Mandrake, and that was on a PC Shopper magazine back in the 90s.
I think Mandrake was my first as well.
Yeah, Canopix was the first thing I've ever done with Linux.
Yeah. How about SUSE?
Yeah,
Did you guys ever play with SUSE?
Yeah.
Only a little bit, not a whole lot.
Oh,
I found
man, I did a
Debian,
lot.
and I just kept using Debian.
High five, dude. High five.
Yeah, I like Debian as well.
All the other distros are just broken versions of Debian.
Yeah, but Debian's so slow. Yeah, they're kind of lagging on updates.
Yeah, but this is what I do. I just download the net installs, and I have bash scripts that I just run with the ISO. Then I just customize the ISO, and as soon as it boots up, it gets all the new stuff it needs.
Have you guys heard of a package called Webmin?
No.
Yeah.
Webmin's pretty handy.
I haven't used that.
Yeah, as far as the net installs, well, I mean, this is back in, I guess, early 2000s. I tried a few different Linux distros, but NetBSD and OpenBSD seem to work exceptionally well on network installs over a modem, and especially I went through a kick where I was buying, I was eBaying oddball, like non-x86 hardware. I had like an SGI box, a couple of Spark stations, stuff like that, and I always went with the network install, and usually used one of the BSD variants. They seem to work more often than not on that stuff than a lot of the different Linux distros.
Do you guys remember when WinLinux came out? The horror.
I like the new Debian boot screen. Debian's always had a nice boot screen. Yeah, I've never ventured into Slackware or Arch Linux or anything like that. I always find myself reading Arch Linux documentation though, because they've always got the best documentation for stuff.
That's because
Fedora too is pretty legit.
Antegros is like it's like an easy Arch kind of thing. Well, it's not. Arch is fairly easy anyway, but it comes pre-installed with a bunch of shit that you're gonna want anyways, like VLC and everything else, right? So.
Yeah, the thing with those is just like sometimes you get these like depending for what you're using it. I mean, if you want to like use it as a personal machine and you need all that, it's great. But if you're gonna use it for work and you have all this bloated stuff in there and things pinging out where you don't know
it kind of lets you choose, so it knows not to be annoying, which is nice.
A cool distro that I've seen is Alpine Linux. Have you guys seen that one?
That's the Arch Linux, but like not bleeding edge, right?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's really small, but you can build it to whatever.
It's
There's even
based
a. I'm sorry.
Isn't it based off of Arch, kind of?
Yeah, correct. Yep, it's Arch, but it's a really small, and you can put it anywhere. I mean, routers, all kinds of stuff.
I don't know why, because it really has nothing to do with those distros, but Yellow Dog keeps coming to mind.
Yellow Dog
the
PlayStation? Yeah. I had that on my PlayStation, dude.
Did you ever use Sorry.
Sorry.
I got an old Power Mac G4, I think, still out in the shed someplace. I might put Yellow Dog on it.
Wow, Power PC. I did a lot of work with Power PCs. What happened with that chip? Is they still using it? Who's using that PPC chip?
I've seen something recently that was still using it, but it was more along the IoT line of things. Yeah. I don't think it's really used mainstream in industrial or consumer environments other than like system on chip black box stuff.
I see.
I just gotta give Crunchbang a shout out. Have you guys heard of Crunchbang?
I've heard of it. I know my buddy Mick installed it someplace, but I haven't used it myself.
It's not developed anymore, unfortunately.
Is anyone still maintaining Yellow Dog for PowerPC, or did they drop it yet?
Oh, they dropped it. They dropped it really bad. But PlayStations have PowerPC chips. Apparently.
Which
generation?
PS3?
I thought the Xbox 360 was the one that had the PowerPC.
The what?
The Xbox 360 had a PowerPC. The PlayStation 4 and the Xbox One both have AMD APUs.
AMD APUs.
You know, I always
No,
wanted to
I
try.
thought-
I always wanted to try Ubuntu on the PlayStation, but I never got around to it.
Dude, I hear they're great for password for like cracking stuff or like computational stuff. If you do it right, you can like the
Didn't you
Navy built a whole supercomputer with them.
Yeah,
once.
the PS3 uses a different CPU architecture.
Yeah. That's the one
Yeah,
that I'm thinking of.
I still can't imagine that being good for, password cracking compared to getting some good video cards and hash
Well,
cat.
because of this, if you do something with this, I mean, back in the day when it was.
Yeah, but the PS3 came out when?
Yeah.
Like 15 years
They
ago?
are charged from the
But when I'm trying to like, I'm talking
nearly
like right
that
now.
scalable.
Yeah, but I mean, they have silicon chips, and they have like 12 of them, or something like ridiculous like that. And you can like, not all of them are on all the time, but if you were to take whatever those things and turn them on, I really don't know anything about it. I just have a friend who's like researching that stuff, and I don't. But yeah, apparently they're really good for it. I've never done it like that, but you're right. For today,
Yeah, because I mean,
use.
when I was, when I was working for that big company, the laptop they provided us, it wasn't enough for me. I didn't have enough memory, didn't have enough CPU. I built my own box and brought it in, and didn't ask if I could do it first, but nobody, but by a couple managers later, I was kind of grandfathered in, and so I mean, I dropped in 3 ATI 390 series video cards in it and started grabbing our Etsy password and just playing around with it. And but I mean, just semi modern video cards, I mean, you can't compare, there's no comparison, with CPU based hash cracking, brute force or dictionary. I mean, just I was getting just stupid high numbers on our Unix systems, just running through the Etsy passwords. And it didn't matter if I had a whole room full of PS3s or it wouldn't even compare.
The thing is, it's a silicon-based chip on the PlayStation. Whatever, something with the chip. I'll see what it is.
It allows for parallel processing.
Yeah.
Yeah, but something as specific, if you're targeting, like if you know the hashing system that's used, I mean, if you're looking at an Etsy password file that is a salted SHA-256, I mean, you're
going to chew right through it.
Yeah, because you're looking at a purpose-built thing. When you hardware-wise, video cards have like thousands and thousands of cores. Now they can only do one little thing, but they do it very well. And if you can feed it, code that's using that one thing they do very well and taking advantage of it, there's really no comparison. I mean, unless you want to start getting into rolling your own ASIC, but I don't have the pockets deep enough for that. So
yeah, FPGA board, like.
Yeah, even FPGA, it's I really wouldn't want to do the HDL on trying to get something like that up. It'd be interesting. I want to do more playing around with them, but yeah, FPGAs, I guess, are the poor man's ASIC. Yeah, I'm actually wanting to go through like a lot of the junk I've got and see what kind of FPGAs I've got in them and see if I can start repurposing some of them.
Well, do what I do. Just go to Goodwill, with a good heart, and just buy stuff.
Yeah. I'm trying to, since I'm, between jobs at the moment, I've curbed that urge to buy stuff even when it is cheap.
I just got a 2RU Supermicro motherboard for like $80 plus shipping from their website. I'm gonna change everything in it, but I mean they have some really cool stuff. And there's this other place up in Oregon. It's like this warehouse, and they're like a computer recycling place, whatever. But they have like full on like rack units and all kinds of stuff.
I've got 2 blade chassis and about 15 Dell 1850 blades sitting in the garage that I'm not doing anything with.
Yeah.
Yeah, step 1, install 3-phase at home.
Right,
Yeah,
yeah.
that's kind of the deal breaker.
I don't know. I kind of like the sound of having a blade laying around sometimes, or just having like a 1-rack server in your house and just run all the VMs in the world, just fuzz all the things.
I've got I bought one of those HP desktop servers and stuck 32 gigs of RAM in it, and I just run VMs on that. It's super small, quiet.
Yeah.
What are the laws on cloud computing now for cracking hashes? Is it a legal grey area still, or are there defined stuff? I don't know. I haven't heard much recently.
Well, if they know what you're doing, aren't you doing it wrong anyway?
It depends on whose hash you're cracking.
The only legal loophole you can do is literally you supply your own library and then you download the tables to yourself. Like you just generate the tables, but you don't use them on the cloud. You use them on your personal devices.
Right. Okay.
You're
Use the cloud.
generating
Yeah. I see what you mean. Yeah.
What if you're not using tables and you're actually computing the hashes?
I think that's a little. You can get in trouble for that.
But how would they know if you're computing a hash or you're doing protein sequencing simulation?
I don't know. I guess that you have your defense right there. What are you doing? I'm just doing stuff that I'm just trying to figure out, man. I don't know what you're saying.
I'm running SETI at home.
They'd know. You could actually. Do you know? I think I mentioned it before in one of the previous episodes. Rainbowtables.com. I think that's the name, the website address. The guy from there was talking about using to do the top 1,000 SSIDs again, because they've changed since the list was last compiled and that Church of the Wi-Fi released the 58 gig file.
But didn't the tables? I mean, I might be behind the scenes on this, but my impression was that having tables isn't really nearly as effective anymore. Because I don't. What the number of salts they can have is different, and the amount of data you'd have that need to have an effective rainbow table is pretty much, puts it into the stratosphere now, where it's actually faster now to compute again instead of table lookups. It kind of flip-flopped there at one point.
You might be right. I haven't been. It's been a long time since I looked at any of that
always
stuff.
be faster.
Well, yeah, and until you get to the point where there's so many salts and your table's got to be, you got to have a database of over like in the petabyte territory or higher. It kind of gets to the point where computing. I think that's in the context of targeting one hash, an individual hash specifically. I forget what I was getting that from, but there was a presentation I was watching that was very informative, and a lot of it was over my head, but they were basically showing how it's actually more efficient to go out to compute the hashes and brute force rather than trying to do a lookup in a exabyte size database. If you could even have.
I'll tell you some other thing you can do is you run it on the cloud, right? You had to compute, then you stream it down, and then you delete it you delete the bottom of it, and then once it passes through your system, you delete it on your end. So you have like a stream of data coming, and that's it. And then you just, it depends on your computing power too, like what kind of rig this guy had. Just like a Alienware or something, or?
But if you're taking the data from the cloud to your system, tunnel it through SSH, and how are they going to say, hey, you have such and such a data that you sent out of your? It sounds like if they know what data you're taking out, you messed up somewhere.
Oh yeah, true. But I'm just saying that you can do it. Like I've done it, like with DigitalOcean. I just spawn these computers that give you up a terabyte of transfer and all this stuff, and then you run this file called a cloud config, and then you config all your containers and everything that you want, and then you automate the whole process with your own containers, and then you can basically do it by section, and then it will like Kubernetes will like basically we're kind of like doing like an app update, but you're doing like a table update, and then you change one table to the other table, and then you continue, and then the other table gets completely deleted because you already passed that whatever part.
Wouldn't the cost of doing the computes in the cloud like be way more than just buying a bunch of video cards?
Yeah, I was kind of wondering about that too.
No,
it depends how much of it, you know, if you just want one key, you probably, I've heard of AES keys being broken on the cloud computing platforms for about $5.
But yeah, but if you go to DigitalOcean, you get like a 16-core machine with I don't know what how much gigs of RAM. You make sure you run everything in the RAM. You got to put to like 3 terabytes of data transfer, and you're paying like $1 an hour.
That's still CPU cores, though. That's not using the massively parallel, GPU.
I know what you're saying, but the thing is, you're dividing the. It's not as
Dividing
fast, of
workload?
course. You can divide the workload with the containers, and
but just the fact that it's CPU based, I mean, you're talking, 3 orders of magnitude slower on the speed. That's that's a deal breaker in a lot of situations.
Does the containers, does that be considered like a cluster? Would it have to be cluster aware with software?
Yeah, basically, if you do it, depends how you do it. I'm not saying it's faster or not, but it's definitely it's a lot consistent, and you have to deal with like storing all the data. But it's mostly a container is like a Unix process, but you can run it within the RAM of the system, not run it in the system. Get a little bit more speed. You're right. Of course, it takes more time. But say if you're running a netbook and you're somewhere else and you're
Show me one price one time and it came out.
Yeah, like terabytes a day or terabytes of storage is like cheap as crap now, and you could just be on a netbook and SSH into your house or tunnel or VPN.
Yeah.
Well, if you're actually computing the hashes on the fly, though, who cares about the space? You're not using any space. You're not. It's not about the data transfer. It's just the sheer, multi-thousand-fold parallelism, of the GPU computing. And all that stays. I mean, it doesn't even leave the card, let alone hit system RAM or files or, space is irrelevant for the most part.
When it comes to like Hashcat or something like that, when you're cracking hashes, do the GPUs have to be the same?
No, they don't.
No.
Okay, so you can, because I've got like R6 and I've got like a Radeon HD sitting over here and some other crap.
As long as your host system itself doesn't have a problem with using different cards, different generations, different even NVIDIA mixed with ATI. As long as your system itself can handle it, then you shouldn't have a problem with Hashcat. You might have to run a separate process for your ATI versus your NVIDIA, depending on how old some of the cards are.
Yeah, drivers and stuff.
Yeah, but as long as your computer can actually access each of them, and you can run into a bottleneck on your PCIe lanes. But if you like the machine I took into work was using an i7, that had 40 lanes, for one physical CPU, and so I had full bandwidth to all the cards, no problem. And that just, there's no comparison. If you have something that can actually use your GPUs versus a CPU, it's, you're talking multiple thousand-fold, difference in speed. But if you go the CPU route and you have massive rainbow tables, that's a completely different scenario. But my experience is just from actually computing things, live, and you're relying on the compute power versus database performance and size.
I might grab some of the old crap I got laying around and see if I can't get that to work.
Any of you guys ever try Pyrit? Pyrit?
No.
That's for generating rainbow tables.
Yeah, I was like really interested in the remote tables for quite a while. Yeah, until I don't know. I guess in the specific environment that I was interested in, it really made no sense. I mean, the remote tables weren't practical, and I looked into trying to generate some that were specific to my environment, and still, it was just the amount of effort it was going to take to generate them and to get everything where it was usable was, it was substantially more efficient to just, do the live computations at that point. Now a year or two earlier, then it would have been worthwhile to pursue the rainbow table angle. I guess it just depends on your actual purpose, what you're using, what you have available to you.
So I have a
like
question.
anything else.
Brian, have you ever tried using an Alienware with the external graphic GPU stuff and going from there and using just to say a 1060 on a 13-inch and then have like a 1080 outside or something like that?
Personally, I've, at the risk of pissing off the NVIDIA people, I've, for what I was doing, I got far better performance out of the ATI cards than NVIDIA. And that's not the case for, all types of hashes by any means, but it just happened that the ones that I was targeting, hands down, the ATIs, would, smack any of the CUDA or the NVIDIA stuff.
I was reading that flop now. The newer NVIDIA cards are better than the ATI cards now.
It depends on what you're cracking. Because even though, at the time I was buying the cards and even building the system for, the purpose of, computing the hashes, the NVIDIA cards were better at, most of the hashes, but I was actually concentrating on some of our older systems that were using, an older, Unix, DES MD5s, and for that weak encryption, when I got to the point where I had to start brute forcing because dictionaries and variants and rules and the different tricks you can do to vary your dictionaries, once I exhausted all that and I, got what I could and I was down to having to just literally start brute forcing, there's no comparison. The ATIs still beat the hell out of any NVIDIA out there on that older, 8-character Unix DES, hashes. Unsalted MD5s. They're, once you have to brute force them, the ATIs were still outperforming the NVIDIAs, but the NVIDIAs were doing better at the SHA-256s and 512s and salted hashes and tons of other stuff. I mean, so it really depends on exactly, what you're doing.
Also, have you seen that new chip that came out for ATI and CES 17?
The new what?
There's like a new GPU that came out. It's like,
the name of it's on the tip of my tongue and I can't pull it out.
I don't know it either. But I was just wondering if you play with that yet.
Yeah, I would be playing with that if they didn't outsource me, but that's not the case. And I have no. It wouldn't do me any good to go out and buy the stuff now because, I don't know. I guess it would. I've still got, some older, Etsy password files that I could play with, but no, I mean, I'm still running through brute force and some of the, the old ones I have. I mean, I know they're old and I know they're outdated, but I still got some friends that work there, and I'm, I'd like to be able to say, hey, I know what your password was last year.
Kasich and Brian, check the last link I posted. I'm pretty sure that's exactly what you guys are after.
I don't click on links. Okay.
Click the bloody link. Click it.
ATI came out with
God damn
a
it.
video card?
I'm a hacker. Trust me. It's safe.
Can you tell me the link?
Yeah, it's HTTPS. You can type it in if you want.
Copy it and paste it
go
into
for it.
Notepad, and then I'll pull it up in links on a isolated system. And then,
Man,
That's
I
all right.
love
Yeah,
links.
I hack GitHub, so as soon as you connect to GitHub, like you know, I'll have you pwned.
Oh no.
It would really suck for you if someone actually did that. 'Cause
Yeah, it would.
Yeah.
Yeah, people used to, look at me kind of funny when I told them I wouldn't even go to their MySpace page, years ago. Yeah, and they're, it's fine, blah, blah, blah. It's like, you don't know who their advertisers are. I mean, you get an animated GIF, that, there's, I mean, you never know. Yeah, I mean, you can just have a banner ad and wind up being pwned.
There are currently exploits floating around for SVG images, PNGs. There's quite a few for the PDFs. I mean, the amount of PCs that I get that's still got like Adobe Reader 8 installed on them, I haven't updated to anything more recent. I'm just like, you're still using this? And they're like, yeah, I've been using that for ages.
There's Windows 95 boxes all over like half of Korea was still running.
What was
check this?
What was that? The TV PC from like the early 2000s?
Web TV.
Web TV.
Yeah,
Apparently there's
I have
still
one.
crap of those out there.
I have one somewhere in a box.
Apparently there's still a
There were
crap
several
ton
different versions of Web TV. Quite a few of them were hacked to do other things, but the annoying part was most of them just had a modem and no USB or anything you could use as peripheral.
Yeah.
I mean, they had a parallel port so you could print.
Like, do you remember? Do you remember back around? Oh, I don't know. When was Kazaa? When was Kazaa popular? 2003, 2004.
I want to say before
Oh
that.
my God, I haven't heard
Before
Kazaa in so long.
Wow. Was that late 90s?
No, it was after
No,
Napster.
it was early
It was
2000s.
like the 50s.
It was after Napster caught it.
Post Napster, post LimeWire. I mean, I was always a fan
No,
of
pre-LimeWire.
Pre-LimeWire. LimeWire was cool. Yeah.
It was.
No, it was at the time. There was nothing. This was before torrents existed. So
I still
like,
have all my music from LimeWire.
do you remember? But like,
LimeWire.
you could buy. You could buy the premium. You could buy the premium version of LimeWire, or you could download LimeWire, the freeware version, and then download the premium version from the freeware version.
Yeah,
I guess I was late on the old LimeWire things. I never heard of it until an ex-girlfriend, and I used to call her a bottom feeder because she used LimeWire. At that time.
Well, back in the days, do you remember the link LNK files?
Yeah.
Well, you'd always download something. It'd come with an LNK file, and it'd come with a text file, like the fucking NFO or whatever they were. And basically, the LNK files, all you got to do was draw it to the screen, and you were pwned. So like, you don't think about how many downloads you made in the past, and they've had LNK files packaged with the actual download. Scary.
Fortunately, I'm not still using.
You guys have
Unfortunately, I'm not still using the computer I first installed ICQ on.
No, but it's it's a popular hack.
Let's all get ICQ again. Let's bring it back.
I'd only use it if actually I probably would use it if I could find my original number.
I hated that because I had such a low number that they cut it off, and then I had to get a new number, and I got tired of that.
Oh man, I remember when you can link this to your pager. Remember those days?
Pages. Do you know what?
To your pager.
Yeah, I sold one for about £5 not too long ago, and I kind of regret having sold it recently. And I looked up on eBay, and they're probably about 30 or 40 quid each. Gutted.
I know. They have these like two-way ones. Forgot there's a company. If I find the link, I'll send it to you. They're from China though, but you put in your normal SIM card, like from your phone, and you just text with it. That's it.
Yeah.
Why would you just use your phone?
I don't know. This doesn't have a
Well,
GPS chip, it
a
doesn't-
company provided, two-way pager is cheaper for the company than providing their employees with phones.
Yeah, so if it just receives as well. So.
Yeah, I used to work for I used to work as a cab driver for a while, a couple of different points in my life, and the most recent time, I guess, in about 2006, they actually used two-way pagers to dispatch the trips, and it was actually doing it via email, but you wouldn't know it by using the interface, but I think it had an option to send an email or something like that, and I sent one to myself, and then I got the email address of my pager, and then play with it. But
you can still do that today. You put the phone number in front, and then you put @ and you do like Verizon.net or something like that, depending where you are.
Oh, really?
Or like
yeah,
T-Mobile.
It's vtex.com, I believe.
Yeah, but you basically put the phone number @ and then you put the whatever it's going to, Sprint or whatever. There's a specific address, and you can still receive them.
That's interesting. I'm using kind of a off-the-wall carrier. I don't know if you heard of Republic Wireless or not, but they're
Republic. They have like $25 or whatever in their end.
yeah. I mean, you can't beat their rates. I mean, I've been using them now for a couple of years, and but some things don't work with them. I mean, I'm pretty sure texting my phone number at Republic won't do squat.
I bet you if you text your number at vtex.com, it'll work because you're probably riding Verizon towers.
Yeah,
actually, mine is not going through Verizon. I mean, their newer phones are, but when I got when I switched over to them, my phone, when it uses cell networks, it can only use Sprint, so it's a CDMA only.
Okay.
But their current ones, they'll do they'll do they'll speak multiple protocols. No good sickness. Yeah, unfortunately.
But that's why Altel got bought out, was because I guess their techs kept messing with the towers and like increasing their bandwidth or something like that. And I guess Verizon sued them, and I guess it led to them buying out Altel basically.
Where's vPro at, guys? Do you guys know?
Whilst we're talking about pager protocols, it might be worth mentioning with the SDRs, you can demodulate POXAG. So there's some quite interesting information. There's servers using POXAG that are sending back status messages. There's also like the emergency services are still using them in some areas.
No, they're used everywhere. Like doctors still have them.
Not so much in the UK, but more so in America. They're more popular still in America than they are in the UK.
So what do they use in the UK?
Be interesting with SDR.
Basically, you can use the SDR dongles, the RTL dongles, to demodulate POXAG using Airmon NG on Linux. So if you've got Linux installed, just grab Airmon, and the command is pretty simple to do it. It's quite interesting though. You'll have a nice evening reading some interesting stuff.
That'd be interesting with the SDR, just on the transmit side. I remember in the 90s getting bored and just manually war dialing pagers, numerically, sequential for my number, and just paging everybody, paging a bunch of people with other people's pager numbers. Yeah.
That sounds fun. But if you look on the if you have a go at doing that, it's quite interesting. The laws basically allow you to, because they're not allowed to send anything encrypted, so their POXAG protocols have to be demodulated, documented, and available to decode. So you can't send secret messages using wireless. And you're allowed to read the data just as long as you don't act upon it. So you can read these text messages, and like I said, if you've got one of those SDRs, they're about $15 off eBay. Grab yourself one and have a night's worth of fun reading pager messages.
Yeah, the one I got's crap. It doesn't work. I gotta get a new one.
Nah, you probably just need a better antenna. Build your own.
Yeah.
No. I think I got the wrong type, to tell you the truth.
Or the wrong driver.
or that. Yeah,
No, there's some of them.
That'll work for it at least.
Yeah, some of them have got the wrong chipset. You definitely need the RTL chipset.
Yeah, it's a PVB, I think.
You might be able to do the Hack RF. I think that probably works with multi-mon.
Yeah, I like the Hack RF idea a little better. Yeah, I mean, I've let my ham license expire, but that was kind of, I don't want to say my roots, but I mean, it was definitely part of my history. I've just been slow to jump on the SDR bandwagon, but there's it's definitely fascinating.
They expire?
Yeah, 10 years.
Oh shit! Okay, I'm good for a while then.
I renewed the last time, but I kind of forgot this time, blew it off, and I could still get on. I could still get on 40 meter in Kiev with my call sign. Even if somebody went to QRZ and looked up my call sign, saw my license was expired, what are they gonna do? And even if they reported me, really, the FCC's got resources to come after me for
unless you're like interfering with
find that kid in California.
Well, I'm not in California. That's no country.
Like literally, just a few months ago.
What happened in California?
The kid was, I guess he was upset that somebody else wasn't I don't know. He was jamming the net by playing Metallica or something like that. And they triangulated and found him. And,
well, that's a little different though. If you're disrupting, I mean, if I fired up my Ocom 706 and I engaged in legitimate QSOs with other licensed operators, even if I did piss somebody off because I let my license expire, it's not like anything's going to come about it. Now if you start going and being a douche and blasting music or throwing dead keys or running obnoxious powers and you start interfering with stuff, that's a different story. But
yeah.
One advantage though of keeping the license current, though, I mean, if your neighbor complains because you're interfering with their TV, well, if your license is current and you're broadcasting within legal power,
technically they're interfering with you.
Well, their TV like most electronic devices have a little sticker on them in the U.S. saying, this device complies with FCC regulation, blah, 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 and must accept interference from other, devices. So, if somebody complains, wham, too bad. You already agreed to accept my interference. Sorry, you moved where you did. If you don't like it, move.
Are you guys in the US still using analog transmission, or are you fully digital now, or
fully digital?
Fully digital.
Yeah, it depends where you are. There's
Does anybody know what they've done with the bands? The old frequencies that the TVs used to use.
I think they're still being used. Most stations broadcast in both. I think in some places.
Right. I just wondered, if they turned off the ability to transmit analog signals, whether it would be worth trying to, replicate something at home and trying to transmit to a TV within your residence or whatever.
There's already ham radio, ham TV or whatever. I can't remember the frequencies you can use, but you can transmit video over ham radio.
Oh, that's good. That's cool. I'm just mainly referring to the TV broadcast protocol and within their band.
Hey guys, I kind of want your thoughts on this. At my local hackerspace, for a long time we've been using a camera with one of these inside, and they recently shut down their service for people who don't pay. And I'm kind of wondering what's a good solution to set them back up with, just to get all their images and stuff loaded to Flickr and whatnot.
I was a little late in clicking on your,
it was an
image
i5
there to see what it was.
Yeah, it was an i5.
Oh, okay. Yeah, sorry, I don't have any information. I'm not familiar with the iPod.
I think micro SD or not micro SD. SanDisk has one. That's
SanDisk has one, you think?
I think.
Oh yeah. All right, that would be a lot simpler than the solution that I'm rigging up right now with with an Elo touchscreen and a media reader.
They're able to go through the insurance. So basically, like, I'll just max out the deductible. Whatever. I have to go look.
But yeah, crazy stuff. But yeah, the cool thing about having your amateur radio license is you make your neighbors microwave talk, they're interfering with you, not the other way around.
And you can overpower your Wi-Fi.
I've accidentally hit transmit on 2 handsets at once, and it came through the TV. That's quite cool.
Yeah, depending on your linear, you only got to keep one.
I haven't really ventured much into the amateur radio world. I've built a few things that I shall not talk about, but I'm kind of learning stuff, and it's good picking, other people's brains and things. So.
I want to look more into the passive listening detection.
Yeah, there's tons of scanner forums for the listening end of things. Yeah, there's a wealth of information out there, and a lot of it you could adopt to SDR, and I mean.
Well, no, some students at MIT found a way to detect if someone's listening to your transmission.
I find that a little bit wonky to believe. Do you have any more details?
I'll see if I can find the article again.
What are your guys' thoughts on people being able to see what you're watching on your screen?
Tempest,
exactly. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. But what do you think?
But that wasn't serious things in CRTs, was it? My understanding LCD monitors don't have that same particular problem.
Oh, yes, they do.
They do? Okay.
Oh, they yeah.
Link me up some research, and I'll post it in the various chats.
There is a girl called. Oh, she spoke at DEF CON about it. Let me find it because she's quite a good speaker.
Do you remember what year DEF CON? Because I don't remember hearing that one. That sounds like something I would have clicked on. I haven't watched all of them, but
she might be CCC.
I heard about the whole Tempest thing with CRTs.
Yeah, I mean
it was at that time.
Yeah, they mentioned it to Congress about a long time ago. But this girl actually did a proof of concept to with her, what she said, shoddy coding, to be able to descramble a screen that was displaying a black and white checker grid, and you could actually see the black and white checker grid from the radio waves that she captured from the refresh rate on the monitor. She was doing the maths to figure out the refresh rate and then redraw on her PC in relation to the radio waves. But she was using an RTL dongle. So you imagine if she'd got something with a lot better resolution than that, she'd have a perfect picture. If you could sync and sync the buffer and get that, image back, it's completely feasible.
That's interesting, but I mean, what kind of range do you have? I mean, do you have to be line of sight of the monitor? Do you have to be, within 15 feet? I mean,
I'm presuming it depends on the amount of shielding on the device, but with directional antennas and high sensitive equipment, I'm presuming you could go quite a range. Didn't the Russians gift a thing to the Americans that they put on the wall, and they aimed microwaves at it to turn it on and off, and it was a bug?
Well, the Russians did a lot of interesting bugs.
What's up?
The thing was probably my favorite version because it was so simple. And the fact that they just had to send a radio wave to it, and then the one that they got that would power the device, and then it would modulate that signal back, and they could just they could get the voice data from that, and they sent that to our. Well, anyway, you can look it up. It's called The Thing. It was actually made by the guy who invented the theremin.
Yeah, it was interesting, and they actually found it because it was affecting the TV signal in the room. So, when they were in the room, they were turning the bug on to listen to what they were saying. It was sending the TV funny, and I think that's how they discovered it.
What's up, guys?
How's it going?
Good evening.
All right.
You hear it on the earphones.
What's that?
Hey, Charles. We can hear you fine.
How goes it?
It goes okay.
Oh man, I just been sipping a lot of beer, so if I'm a little chipper, that's why.
Well, I've been doing vodka, so I got you a little beat on that. Probably.
What? Where's the mead, Adrian?
I have the mead. The mead is the finishing touch. That's the dessert at the end.
Well, let me ask you this, Adrian. Could you still walk to get more vodka if you needed to?
Yes.
Well, okay, you're not there yet.
I'm going to do that right now. But welcome,
Come
Charles.
on, Bill. You're gonna make him fall asleep again. He's gonna delete the thing.
I didn't delete it last time.
Man.
There's good video of me conked out last time. I left it
Man.
up.
That was classic. That was classic. I was laughing so hard. Everybody was laughing so hard. I mean, you were out of it, and the skunk just looked like, oh my God, help!
The skunk, yeah.
The person who was calling me was my brother Bedford. You hear that ring that was going on, and I still slept through it? That was my brother.
Oh, okay.
Is it the Tempest talk that reminded me of a fascinating presentation? I think it was either a DEF CON or a Black Hat last year, maybe the year before. Okay, so I narrowed it down to 4 conventions, but somebody gave an awesome presentation on they were able to determine what movie you were watching based on your smart meter readings on the power fluctuations.
What?
Yeah, of your meter.
Damn it!
How?
Well, they did first have to they patterned it was like a movie that was available on demand for free or something, on their own system, and they footprinted it from that. But just the current draw variations at the power meter from the LCD TVs having to show white instead of dark pixels, they're able to pattern that fluctuation into they got the patterns from known movies that they watched and patterned, and then they could compare that, and if they found the same pattern on someone else's smart meter, then they could say, oh, they were watching movie such and such from this time to that time.
I understand people that has done, and I also heard people doing similar things of like a phone listening to a keyboard and figuring out what keystrokes. But I always got the environment, always got the idea it wasn't practical. Like the EMF environment in the area would have to be so silent.
EMF is out of the picture if you're talking about reading the meetings from the power meter. I mean, if you got line of sight or
power meter, you have one other slight issue, and that's time synchronization, because every single smart TV and LCD TV out there I've seen has a different buffer delay when it comes to a digital signal.
Well, true, but the buffer isn't like hours. I mean, you're just looking at the pattern. You might not be able to narrow it down to within the buffer time. But
an LCD TV should not use more power when displaying white unless it's got some sort of backlight dynamic contrasting. Because if you have
that's a good point. And maybe their target example was using a specific kind of who knows what parameters were tweaked for the purpose of the presentation, but it was still interesting.
TV with a constant backlight power source without dynamic contrast, it would use the same amount of power displaying white as black.
But across the board for all the consumer devices out there, it would stand to reason that there are a detectable or a statistically important enough number of people that are using, you're talking
about,
that will vary on current.
You're talking about a varying current that's less than a watt.
Yeah.
Also, what if 2 TVs are going on at the same time? One playing The Matrix, one playing The Sound of Music.
Yeah, that's gonna screw up your ideas because then you're gonna have power draw at different areas. But
I mean,
it could be measuring the power draw of their set-top box, and then that would be an actual constant that they could use. Their set-top boxes are very efficient.
They did address several of those types of concerns via profiling the target. And getting baselines, so that they could tell when the refrigerator compressor kicks in, and you get a normal usage pattern, and the variance, and of course it's not foolproof, and
clue.
I mean, there, I'm sure in for the presentation, it was somewhat of a lab environment where a lot of things that aren't always controllable or almost never controllable were controllable. But conceptually, it was just interesting. I mean, I had no idea that would even be a remote possibility,
You're
even
saying
under ideal lab circumstances. So
saying they can detect what's on your TV by watching your power meter?
well, if they know, I mean, comparing it to a given usage pattern, if they've already fingerprinted a specific video that's available on an on-demand system, for example.
But they haven't fingerprinted, they can't see it. So like if I'm watching
it's not like
Weapons of Mass Destruction Part 6, they can't necessarily know that.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it was definitely very limited and
But
primitive.
maybe they can know if you're stealing cable.
Maybe that, yeah.
Yeah. Well, it was just. I mean, that's just.
It always
like
depends how you're doing it too.
Yeah, and that was a whole scenario that I never would have even considered you could get your foot in the door. But that was, hey, under these specific circumstances, you could actually get a foot in the door. What's next? And go from there. It's something to build on.
That reminds me of how AES was broken. They had a couple of old Sun Microsystems servers that had an AES link between the two, and what they started doing was they screwed with the power supply on one of them, started erroring out more than it was actually sending data, and they could take the data they got from the errors and actually reconstruct the key from that.
That's interesting. That sounds kind of along the lines of like power fuzzing an electronic safe. Assuming it's one that you can't just bump on the ground and knock open. The whole power fuzzing, depending on what the input is. Or just looking for the slight power fluctuations. It's interesting. I mean, stuff I never would have thought of as a potential vulnerability point. It's like, oh wow, shit. I thought I was safe because I didn't use Bluetooth light bulbs.
So to protect from that, you would have to put your house on UPS and run off the battery, right?
Or just use a Faraday cage for your wallpaper.
Oh my God.
Make your own microwave. That just it induces a load every so often, like every few milliseconds, and then no one's going to be able to tell anything, especially if you seed it with like
as long as it's randomized sufficiently. Yeah.
So like a rack full of lizards with heat tape under it that's trying to maintain constant temperature.
Really?
Yeah, just put a humidifier and dehumidifier in the same room, let them fight. That should generate random noise.
I suppose that all depends on what random number generator you're using and whether you can make a whether your system has a baseline or not.
You'll use a lava lamp with a webcam attached. Do it old school.
Oh, wow.
Has someone actually used that as a random number generator?
Yeah, Silicon Graphics did that back in the day, SGI. Look it up, lava lamp random number generator.
So what, they just track the blobs and then make numbers off of the blobs?
Something like that, but you can look it up.
HP bought SGI, so they probably destroyed anything that was there.
You know what? You know what's crazy? Speaking of old school,
it was called Lava Rand, I think.
Speaking of old school, you know who crossed my mind today, and which is just out of nowhere? The Mentor.
Oh yeah, the Hacker Manifesto.
Yeah, I don't know why that crossed my mind. Like I was just.
And here I was thinking of the band The Mentors.
Damn.
I know who wrote that.
I said The Mentor. I said, why the hell am I thinking about
I look up the actual backstory of that guy because I think that guy is now actually known by his real name.
Yeah.
Huh.
Yeah, he.
I've only met two people who are really well known in the '80s for hacking. I've met Kevin in person because Dave Kennedy knows him. Actually, it was kind of cool. I was actually hanging out in Las Vegas, and I was saying something drunk from the couch, half passed out, and Kevin goes, "Is that Adrian Crenshaw?" He actually knew my voice because it was cool.
He was profiling.
You know what, Kevin's a real nice guy, man. I had a chance to. Yeah, I met him at DerbyCon twice.
I'm listening to his book right now.
This Discord is the shit.
Which book?
Ghost in the Wires. He actually drove through my hometown when I was a kid. When he was going to Vegas.
I've also met Captain Crunch. No,
Yeah,
That's a legend.
I didn't bounce him exactly, but I kept him from getting into a party because I was doing like door service for the Hacker Pimps party several years ago at DEF CON, and he was not on the list. And he was trying to get in, and I was like, "Well, I'm sorry, dude. I just can't let you in because you're not on the list they gave me."
I mean, you were just doing your job, man.
Did you let him in eventually, Adrian, or didn't?
I think maybe someone else did. I did not.
Okay.
Oh. But you know something, like whatever, like with freaking, man. Sometimes, do you guys ever think like sometimes you miss how it used to be, like older days of hacking?
Yeah, definitely.
There's a nostalgia there.
I was like 6 when phone freaking was around.
Well, yeah, and not only that, back in like the 8-bit days and prior, I mean, one person could do it all. You didn't need to. I mean, the intelligence level may have been comparable to an entry point, but it was a lot more. It was within grasp of a lot more people that didn't have, as many contacts or resources. But then again, we have more contacts available
and also
now.
the people were nicer back in the day. They really helped you out. They didn't
Yeah,
trick you
yeah.
or
Well, a lot of
dicks
things back in the
because
day were not skill so much as arcane knowledge. Actually having the technical books and so forth. Like some of the things that Karen Mitnick got in trouble for was trying to get in social engineering into facilities to get the technical manuals to understand it. Because there wasn't passwords and so forth necessarily. It was understanding the technical details to get someplace. Oh, by the way, the mentor, his real name was Lloyd Blankenship. I'll post that in the chat.
Yeah.
Okay.
For the benefit of anybody listening as well, it's Melissa Elliott, Noise for Exploring Unintentional Radio Emissions was the name of the talk for looking at the CRT screens.
Can you post that in the chat, and I'll post it on the YouTube stream also.
It's actually in the chat on the
Yeah, he posted it.
On the
Yeah.
right there.
I like. It's just. I don't know. Sometimes I think about those days, even though I wasn't like hacking in those days, but sometimes I just wonder, like, man, like how tough they had to be without any type of Google, and I mean just pure book knowledge as well as experience by just trial and error.
Well, it also have phone systems that have hangouts on phone systems.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Party lines.
Yeah.
Party lines.
Dude, I was part of
And loop
LOD
lines.
back in the day. Do you guys know what LOD is?
Have you guys ever,
Oh, Legion of Doom? Yeah.
Yeah.
have you guys ever done anything with like Google Talk or Skype or anything like that?
I have actually. You can save how should I call it? You can like I use it as a proxy phone, basically. So I proxy through it because you can actually call to your Google Voice instead of calling from the phone you're using. You can call from your Google Voice number to somebody else with any phone.
Yeah.
Right, I see. That's cool.
Yeah, I remember when I looked. I was looking for when I first decided to get a Google Voice number. I started with the alphabetics that I wanted in the in the last 7 digits, and I wound up with a Las Vegas area code. But it was and I had to try several different variants, so I found one that was available. But I found that KSH Unix was available in a certain area code. So from that point on at work, anyone asks my phone number, it's blah 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 KSH UNIX.
Oh my gosh! I mean, it's just sometimes I do miss those days. I miss the Tech TV days. I miss.
Oh, see, I got in a tail end of that before it became G4, and I actually kind of like Tech TV. Yeah, it was somewhat simplified for like more average people, but it was enjoyable to watch. I liked it.
Yes, it was.
Are we talking Patrick Norton, are we?
I feel like hacking nowadays is like you're so much further removed from what you're actually doing.
No, I think we've just got a lot more things to poke with sticks, and
because
you get overwhelmed by the information that's available out there, and you wind
you're
up
always using a script or something like that, and a lot of people don't understand what the underlying protocol or technology is actually doing, or how it's working, or why that attack actually works.
Because with the information that's available, you either take that and become, try to become a better script kiddie, or you stop when you get that and sit there and figure out why does this work and go from there, and it's a lot more time consuming to try to figure out how stuff works.
Right.
It's not only that; it's the passion. There's no passion right now. It's like a gold rush. Everybody wants
Oh
to
my
do it.
God! Yes.
Yeah.
No, but the entry level to hacking is a lot lower now. Not lower as in like, that's the entry level for hacking. What I'm saying is it's easier to get the equipment. Think about how many laptops there are lying about. Think about how many desktops there are lying about.
Think about how many ARM processors there are.
If nothing else, go to the fucking library and borrow their computer.
I mean, back when I started, I consider my hacking to have started. It was before, long before I ever had a modem. I was looking into 6502 assembly and Apple DOS, and I remember using Locksmith 5.1 to copy itself, to another floppy when somebody bought it. It's
like the only thing that really got me into computers was fuck it, copying games. When I was younger, I needed to know how to copy games to use my computer, because that's
talking about the console, like cartridge games.
No, I'm talking about like PC games.
Back in the Where's heyday.
Man, the thing that got me into computers was Command and Conquer.
Right. Yeah,
and making that actually stay running.
Spanning games over multiple floppy disks, so I could like compress all the files and give them to my friends and shit like that. That's
high density or low density.
Hey, Steve, do you know what?
Dual density drives.
I got CD-ROM, and it was a single speed CD-ROM drive, and I got a game called Outpost. My friend was that desperate to play it. It was 150 some odd megabytes, I think. And he came round to my house with a pile of floppy disks, and he sat there and spanned the whole of Outpost.
Hey, you have to tell me, your single speed
PRM back then, right?
Your single speed CD-ROM, did it interface through a sound card?
No, I think it was IDE. Is it IDE?
Because it was single speed. They did not have the IDE ones on, and the TAPI interface wasn't built yet, so you had to have an interface card. That wasn't actually, it wasn't invented yet. You had to have
even the audio speeds were 2x, right?
2x by 2x they did have IDE.
Yeah, I believe so. Yeah.
No, this was definitely a single. It was definitely a single speed, and it got no eject button on it. You used to have to press the CD tray in and spring back out.
Yeah, I'm sure it wasn't an IDE.
No, possibly not. It's a long.
It would have had a 40-pin ribbon. Most of them did, but a few of them didn't.
No, I never used to build them when I was that young. I used to have them built for me. So,
but no, I think that would have been actually the Philips interface if it's the spring-loaded tray, as opposed to a caddy.
Yeah, it was a Philips. It was a Philips. I remember the driver disc. The one that we got at school as well had actually got a caddy tray. You know how you were talking about? You had to put the CD-ROM inside like a little cartridge.
If I was at my house, I would be able to show you one.
How about zip drives? You guys ever had zip drives?
Yeah.
But you had to put a CD-ROM inside of a cartridge?
That had like 128?
Yes. Old CD-ROMs are like that. Really old ones.
Anybody still remember the 8-inch floppies?
Oh yeah.
Hey, I have one sitting on my wall.
I use one every day, man.
I've got one sitting on my wall right now.
All my data in one of those.
Sony produced a floppy disk that was 8 megabytes. You could buy special drives and you could format high density disks to the 8 megabyte ones, but they weren't very reliable.
well, that was way after 8-inch floppies, though.
What was before? Was it Betamax before CD?
5 1/4 inch, yeah, and then 2 3/4. Was it? No, 3.
No, 3.5.
Yeah.
Yeah. Somebody mentioned Betamax. Yeah, that whole Beta VHS war was, is really interesting because the Beta technology was far superior, but
the
VHS had better marketing and they won.
No, Betamax
at the consumer level.
I agree.
Betamax, the same thing. HD didn't want porn on their stuff.
A lot of TV studios used, Betamax I mean, they used the beta format, for quite a while. Even I don't know, in the early 2000s, I worked for a very small, like a religious, TV, cable TV station. That also. No, but they also broadcast. Yeah, it was that place was so funny. I mean, it was a Christian TV station, and like the master control operator for our broadcast, he used to be a pimp. One of the shows that they ran all the time, he used to be homeless. I mean, it was just like Phil, the president of the company, he was a crackhead. I mean, it was like filled with all these degenerates. But even in the 2000s, they were still using Betamax. I mean, our nonlinear editing system was, video toaster, running NT4 and multiple SCSI drives that were striped in NT4.
Barracudas.
Yeah.
10,000 RPM Barracudas.
Yeah, and that was like the shit, and it cost like $4,500 to build a dual processor NT box, just so you could process the analog signals and still keep the time sync.
Wow, I could just imagine he's there with the Barracudas.
Well, they still used an Amiga system doing a lot of their video switching on live broadcasts. I mean, it still fit the bill at that time. I mean, it was old as far as TV technology at the time, but for a small, backwater station, that was still used in production. I mean, I used to run a camera for a live broadcast. They did, and we were, the scene cuts were done through an Amiga, and the text and the credits they scrolled through. They didn't do any overlays. It was all in that little Amiga box.
Yeah, I've seen like lower thirds just die. They use this thing now called like Gecko. Have you seen that application now? It's called Gecko. It's what ESPN uses.
Nah, I've been so far away from that industry for so long. I have no idea.
This is the funny thing. A lot of it is the same team of the people who had that software for Amiga, the Gecko.
That's like when the Space Shuttle started needing spare parts, and they were making a call out for old Z80s and 6502s so they could keep the thing in the air.
Oh wow.
I think I've thrown the driver discs out for that CD-ROM, but I did find a driver disc for an infrared mouse.
Sweet.
You have it right now?
Yeah, I've got the driver disc for the infrared mouse. Yeah.
If you guys want floppies, I can send you guys each a floppy for your collection. I have like
I still have.
I got a collection of all sorts of arcane technology now. I don't need any more.
Yeah, I still have some AOL floppies. So.
No, I'm talking about. I got punch cards, and I have like old school like 8-inch.
I don't have any punch cards anymore. Yeah, an 8-inch floppy. That would be a cool wall hanger, and I don't have any of them anymore. So.
And I just had to find my Hangouts. I have to correct you when you said that NASA was searching for Z80s and 6502 shuttles in the sky.
Please go ahead. I mean, I don't want to put out misinformation.
Come on,
correct me.
You do.
It was the ground-based trainer systems that they needed those chips for.
Oh, really? Okay. I claim victim of media because I just believed what was broadcast to me.
Yeah, you can't believe broadcast.
False, fake news.
I actually replied to them.
Alternative facts.
Fake news.
Alternative facts.
Yeah, they were actually looking more for the military packaged units that were a little bit more reliable. So, I'm
actually glad you. I'm very interested in that. I'm elated you pointed that out. Do you have a link for that information? Because and I would love to use that next time somebody repeats me.
It's years. Like I said, the only reason I know it is because I actually emailed NASA because I have a bunch of old stuff.
Okay.
Oh wow.
Enthusiastic to be able to help, except I couldn't help them.
Okay. So, yeah. I mean, that makes perfect sense.
Dude, are you?
It was not, they would not ever put consumer-based, might be counterfeit stuff up for actual flight use.
Are you in a shoe store?
Al Bundy.
Show him the makerspace. Show him.
Okay,
actually, this makerspace, Show him.
Oh, we'd love to see the makerspace. That would be epic.
Okay,
I
well,
really thought it was a shoe store. I'm like, what shoe store is up that late?
what shoe store is? Let's see. This is
Okay.
where I'm at right now. This is Sync Labs in Phoenix, Arizona.
Yeah.
Hopefully, no one will mind if I just shoot up and above everybody's head.
Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, because I was like, damn, who's buying shoes at this hour?
Hey, I need my kicks.
Yo, guys,
Hold on, I'm in a hangout.
give us a wave for the hangout. Yeah. Hey.
He's really there.
Oh my goodness,
You're Al Bundy. Shit.
Next, you're going to have to explain how you overcome the paradigm of running a hackerspace, of having the actual location to run it and the people at the same time.
Well, I don't know any of that. I just do stuff here randomly. Like,
oh, you just pay the monthly fee? How much is it?
No, I don't pay any monthly fee. We're actually, if you don't want to pay a monthly fee here, you don't. That's kind of the cool thing. If you're just building stuff, that's all
Awesome.
they care about.
That's cool. Yeah.
Oh,
Awesome.
really?
High five.
So where is this? I gotta go there and park my car in front of it.
Our hackerspace here is retarded.
Damn.
This is what I'm most excited about, though, is getting the circuit built for this.
I like bubble wrap too.
Oh, the blue box? Get another one?
Oh, sweet, man. Sweet.
There's a good story behind that, but that's for another night.
Why?
Because I've got 100 things I want to get done first.
No.
Yeah, you're going here anyway. Too late.
The suspense.
But then I won't get anything else done because, you know, this is a free
but it's free for you to go there. You can go there tomorrow and
I know, you
entertain us
there,
tonight.
I won't because it's a 30-mile
I
drive.
see it.
30-mile drives aren't cheap.
What
So,
are you driving?
Mile drive.
You say
How many-
3-mile drive?
It's a rhythm.
I showed this the
Oh.
other night. This is just a Adreno-based blue box. But
Could I buy one from you? Can you build
making
mine?
one's pretty easy, honestly.
What is it?
Yeah, you should.
So, you know, if you want
That's
to dial
a blue
something,
box.
What
so
do
if
you need?
wanted to
About
dial
10, about
something-
10 components.
if you wanted to dial something, you'd hit 2600.
Yeah.
Then you'd hit key press, and then and then that would dial a number if you seized a trunk to do it with. Now, this free PBX box is linked to something called a Project MF. And so with that and an analog telephone adapter and a telephone, you can then access a 2600 controlled link to play with in Blue Box. So
Wait, trunks are still working off analog signal?
and give a demonstration, but let's see. It's not the right one.
This is great. I'm loving it.
Let's see. That'll work.
Wait, that's mine. Give it back.
No, it isn't.
That's my Timex Sinclair.
I've got a Timex Sinclair. They are the worst computers to try and use.
Oh, yeah, they
were
were
terrible. I got
excessively
16
slow compared to every other
it takes-
Z80 of
it
the
takes-
time.
It takes 7 minutes just to load states and capitals, and that's if it loads right.
Are you talking about the Spectrum there?
Yes.
Okay.
It's basically a ZX Spectrum, only more shit than a ZX Spectrum.
I've got a ZX Spectrum in the loft. It's still got the price tag on it, $149.99 or $189.99, I think.
What the
All I
bargain?
know is that they're horrible machines, and I think they should all be destroyed.
Oh, they're terrible. Mine luckily hasn't got the gel cap keyboard on it. It's the later one with the plastic keys, I think.
I saw one on eBay that had a Russian keyboard. That was.
Yeah.
I thought about bidding on that, just as a wall hanger.
I've got the boxed memory expansion. That's got to be pretty rare, I think.
Okay.
Dude, you gotta be careful with this tech. Some people pay buku dollars for it. Could be a good retirement.
I wish. Anybody wants Sinclair Spectrum?
I didn't say today. I'm talking about in the future. When you're like,
I think
when you're 70 years old in your wheelchair hacking away.
No, do you not think that we're at peak kind of market because the nostalgia and the people that have got money to buy those kind of things now are
like streaming online, because then people want to do things. So
no, just wait for the next generation of hipsters.
Well, they've asked me to hook this phone system up now. Some random people on the interwebs.
We're not random. We are the shit.
I mean, also the era of downloadable content is making things.
Right now, that's where it's at.
Pretty sure Adrian hit this.
No, I'm not Irongeek. Someone else is Irongeek.
I'm Irongeek. I'm here.
No, he is Irongeek. Don't lie to
No, I'm not Irongeek. I'm C-Pro.
I'm awake. I'm here.
Don't lie to the kid. Give him an autograph. Come on.
Hey, see, we're pseudo random, not pseudo random, pseudo random.
Okay, now I need to figure out why we're not getting this working. Let's see. I need to.
You need to face west. Face west. Jump on one foot and whistle Dixie.
Look at that guy back there.
I was born in the land of cotton. Good
Impromptu demo.
Cotton. Look away. Look away. Look away.
The dash R. There we
You know
go.
all those verses.
No, I don't. I think you fucked
Ooh, he went to
I
start.
know all the verses if you want me to sing.
Hey, turn that off.
Yeah, we don't need to see straw porn.
Who are you? Who is this individual?
Yeah, they were.
Somebody give him a name.
We'll just call him Mustache.
Mustache. Is he in a biker gang? Are you okay? Do you have no money?
Now they're screwing with us. They're trying to cause a feedback loop. Okay, we've got it working.
Oh my god, my PBX is blowing up.
Hang on.
Your fault.
Time and temp.
Oh wait, is my phone gonna make phone calls now?
C-Pro, how do I go to Google Hangout?
The link's in the chat.
Dude, let's call a person in India. Hook us in.
Would you like to play a game?
Seriously, if you want scammers numbers, I can get them for you within about 5 minutes.
Let's do this. Let's make a group phone call.
Let's go.
Yeah, okay. Give me 5 minutes. I'll be back in a sec. See if I can
Did
get
anybody
some
watch
numbers.
the Suzuki Dirt Fucker video?
No.
There's a video. Remember when the auto insurance?
Look for it. Share it. Look for it.
Let me find it. It's hilarious.
All right. All I see is the holes and phones. Are you okay over there? Hello.
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 Hello, is it me you're looking for?
Oh, I got a video for that. I'm gonna show this video shit.
Da, 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 da.
Oh my god, he has a real phone.
I'm drinking all my bandwidth.
I'm waiting for him to put the phone down in an acoustic.
FYI, people will be like, what does he have in his face? What is that thing? What is that?
This is me and Chris Bristle a couple years ago at going up to GurCon.
You're interrupting C-Pro's stream there, Adrian.
What is this, Adrian?
Hello.
Mead
power.
I need to express myself.
You were going to GurCon at the time. But I didn't tell him what I was going to say, so, you know, that fucked up. And I was a little thinner then. Shit, I need to get on the wagon, get back on some few things. But
I don't know. You're more entertaining when you're off the wagon.
I'm a what? Yeah.
Come on, Adrian. We need you to stay just how you are. It's fine. Nobody
Yeah,
cares.
but how I am right now would be I'm dead within 5 years of liver damage.
No, we don't want that for sure.
So I got to moderate this shit somewhat, guy.
No, you just need to, hope that in 5 years we got technology that works around that, and you can keep going.
But in the meanwhile, just drink water. Imagine it's mead. You can do this. It's all in your mind.
Y'all continue. I'm gonna go get some peppermint schnapps at the fridge, and then I'll finish up with.
Come on, you're talking about your liver dying, and you're going to go straight to alcohol.
Well, yeah. Well, no, I got some peppermint schnapps.
It's at least 100 proof, isn't it?
Yes, it is actually.
Good. Okay.
Wow.
Okay, you're approved. Go ahead.
Yes, please go and drink the.
Let me show you what I have
liquor.
left.
You can drink the liquor now. So what happened? Are we gonna call the Indian people and be like, "Hello, what's it going? Hey man, you got my money?"
It's only been 3 minutes and 25 seconds. You said 5 minutes. So.
I can get some. I can get their numbers.
What we got?
Look, I can get their numbers.
But 100.
I just think maybe in a public hangout, it's probably not the best idea or the most professional thing to do. And these scammers' numbers are actually live at the moment. So, like, they're kind of people that you probably, I don't know whether we want to be calling them at the moment, but they get reposted. They get reposted to this one group I'm on Facebook all the time. And I'm like, I could really use that as a resource at some point to, annoy them.
Anyway, peppermint schnapps. 100 proof peppermint schnapps. And this is the mead that will finish it off. This
I don't know why, but I
is,
can't hear you guys anymore.
hot
I'm gonna
cider
restart
coffee.
the browser.
So,
Come on, Ryan, we can see you.
Oh, now we got two people from the same hackerspace in the hangout.
Ryan, what's up with the light? I can't see.
My cat Fluffy, he understands.
Huh.
Yeah, they need to hang up a banner at that hackerspace saying "The Shoe Store."
The shoe store. Get all your things. Get all of your shoes.
All right, I finished off the peppermint mead. Peppermint schnapps.
Peppermint mead.
Peppermint mead.
Lightweight mead.
It is sweet. I see that.
But that's good enough.
You finish your girl drinks?
Wait. So is 100 proof peppermint schnapps a girl drink?
It's it's candy.
What was the
Candyland.
100 proof peppermint schnapps.
Yeah, that's better than wine.
Okay.
I never understood the wine fascination because it's like, 20 something. I mean, you can get beer that's 56 proof.
Wait. There's some weird ass ice box you can get that high on beer, but
look up Dogfish Head. It's a company in Delaware, and they've got seasonal brews, and they do have some that are pushing the 23, 24, 25 numbers. You can't get them in every state.
Mead is higher alcohol content than the average beer is.
No, mead is not a higher content than the highest Dogfish Head beers.
I'm going to restart the laptop because I can't hear you guys anymore.
All right, someone's got some echo going on. Someone needs a headphone set.
Yeah, somebody needs some manners.
Hey, Ryan, are you new?
Ryan's new.
I want to temporarily mute you, Ryan. I think you can unmute yourself. If not, send it in the chat and remind me to unmute you.
That worked.
Is that better?
Yeah. Adrian, look up dogfishhead.com. It's a Delaware brewery, and they have beers that are, stout enough to burn the back of your throat.
Oh, wow. Sounds like they sell whiskey.
Yeah, I mean, it's, you can't get them in every state, because a lot of states have limits on, what they can import on malt liquors. But
Yeah, I see that.
You can definitely. I mean, if you get a 50 proof beer, you got more alcohol than any wine or any mead you're gonna get.
That's the same thing as beer. Like mead and beer don't brew to a higher alcohol content normally.
I know, but I mean, it's just, and I mean, I've never seen and correct me if I'm wrong, but I've never seen a wine that was up in, significant proof. So I always viewed wine as diluted alcohol, and what's the point?
Yeah, but wait, rice wine, Bill, can get up there. Those Chinese people are crazy.
Quarts are fortified wine. And then technically, if you will get into it, brandy is technically wine.
It's just fermented twice, or multiple times. But I don't know. I mean, to me personally, unless it's some oddball like Dogfish Head's 50 proof beer, if it's not 80 proof, it doesn't count. It's got to be 80 or above. And
did you guys notice that they'd stopped doing Shot the Noob at DEF CON this year?
Yeah.
I have
or like Spot the Fed too. I was mad when they said, Spot the Fed. Like,
but the Spot the Noob thing. Yeah, I mean the whole, it's the whole alcohol political correctness crap. Or low rate. I don't know. Vegas is kind of messed up anyway, because you could get picked up on a minor violation for a misdemeanor and wind up in a holding cell. And if you get into a fight with somebody, all of a sudden you're a convicted felon. If somebody fights you and you defend yourself, all of a sudden, if you're charged with fighting in that incident, you're a felon. If you're caught with pot, you're a felon. I mean, it's Vegas is, Nevada is messed up that way.
I'm not sure. Is that why they stopped the alcohol thing? Because they seem fairly resilient against the. All right, someone was starting whining, and I could look up their name because they even called me a hypocrite online for like blocking them. Because I was like, I don't hear you whining. Fuck off. I never said it was wrong to block people. I've said it's wrong to block people via block list. But someone started Deborah Faber, or whatever it is. She started whining about the DEF CON Hacker Jeopardy. So I was like, fuck off, block, bye, good riddance. But that people were whining about got me, because
I like the comedy panel. The comedy panel's like one of the funniest bits.
This was like the Hacker Jeopardy thing, and they were whining because a half-naked woman was bringing men beers. There was a half-naked man bringing women beers, too. So what the fuck do you want?
She can complain all she...
They want publicity. They want marketing to further their cause.
My analogy the other day was, if I'm a lock picker, you don't see me going into cross-stitch circles saying you should teach lock picking also along with cross-stitching. You do not have to adapt yourself for everybody. Sometimes, how do I put this? People go to certain events for their own fun and to be around people like them. You may not be like them. That's fine. You can have your own event, and they won't show up to that.
I just see them as, dude. I just see them as trolls that are out to destroy the community. A lot of the time.
Well, there's a fair number of them anymore.
No,
Let me tell you the situation that happens there is that you got people that are brand new. They meet a couple of people. It's a huge event. They think they're important and they could contribute, but they're really just. Just blacklisting themselves, not understanding what they're doing by trying to just not mind their own business.
Yeah, I mean, as long as they blacklist themselves, I mean, Darwinism works to that extent.
You see, I'm fine with inclusion but not to the point of excluding people who only want to be in the environment they're in.
Inclusion and exclusion within context.
So
as long as it's within context, and that's that's what it's about. I mean, inclusion within context. I mean, if somebody obviously has, a beef about a certain aspect of your con, then they don't have to go.
A couple of days later,
I was just going to say, did they?
Okay, mic check.
Yeah, you're on, dude. I can hear you.
Who's checking? Because it sounds okay.
I can hear some TV or something in the background, maybe. Is it it's your the hackerspace, are you?
God damn it.
Put on some earphones.
Now if it would only support my webcam
Ryan,
again.
Ryan, put on some earphones. Ryan, need some headphones. There you go.
The Arduino ID is installing.
Then who is it? Wait, it's Val.
I get it.
Because they're open sketches and templates. This would be
Okay. I think I'll put out an announcement now.
Microphone's working. The
Have a headset. Headsets are nice.
I think so. I can't hear you, Adrian.
Yeah, we can't hear you past the non-headsets there, Adrian. What are you saying?
Come on, troll. Okay, it's enough.
It was working earlier.
Okay, Adrian. I think is that muted in for everyone?
Who moved?
No, he just muted the hackerspace people.
Yeah, I know, but has that muted it for everyone?
I think
yeah. It muted the background noise. Yeah,
it's just a little bit. It's just a little bit noisy.
Yeah,
a little
I have
bit,
like
it's
a
lot of
2016 Mac, and
Adrian,
it's pretty good about separating shit out.
I think if you're in control of the Hangout, so I think you can maybe take control and mute people when you need to as well.
I will try to do that as best I can.
Yeah, we're great this time. So do you have those Pakistani phone numbers for us?
Yeah, where are they?
I do.
Sorry, Ryan. It was a little noisy in your environment, I think.
I have them. If you really do you really want to do this?
Yes, I'll add the phone call. I'll make it.
Okay, hang on.
Or somebody else can do it. Adrian, can you make the phone call through Hangouts too?
I'm a little bit uncomfortable about getting the ones from Facebook, like I said. So maybe if we have a look on some of the 417 sites, there'll be some numbers. So give me 2 seconds.
2 seconds is up.
I know, Bill. Call him out.
I mean, it's been 13 minutes and 57 seconds since you said 5 minutes.
I'm not using my system right now. I'm using my MacBook. My MacBook seems to shut me up when I'm below a certain level, and it seems to work pretty well.
Huh.
Your MacBook has a Mead filter?
Perhaps built in. Yeah, I have a late 2016 MacBook, the one with all the USB-C connectors.
Yep. Another monolithic with the bar. You got the new touch bar with it.
Yes, I can put Nanya Cat in my touch bar, and I have.
I heard somebody already hacked that touch bar and turned it into a keylogger, but I don't know about the validity of it.
My friend had Nyan the cat running on his server for weeks on end. You remember is the web browser thing for running Nyan the cat for the longest time, and he just used to bring it up every so often. Yeah, it's still going. Right. Nope. Here we go. 419.
Okay, who's calling?
You are.
I am? All right.
Yep.
Let me get another phone set up right here.
I'm just looking for some. They've got a forum. Here we go.
So what are we going to call interested in? Their Cialis Microsoft support company?
I don't know.
No, you don't use them.
Helping, hints, tips. Let's have a look. Oh, you need to be a member on the thing to log into it. Let me just go and have a look at the other place. I'm going to find one that's definitely a scammer, and we'll get his number. And we'll talk to him about eBay or PayPal or some shit. Oh, in fact, do you know what I'm going to do? I'll put a thread up about it. Okay. All right. I'm just going to mute out because my keyboard's real clicky.
Is it a original IBM keyboard?
Oh, Model M's. I collect Model M's. I love Model M's.
It's a Red MX. I had a brown MX for a while. It drove me crazy. I swapped to Reds. It's still driving me crazy. I'm going to try Blues next.
I still mostly use Model M's when I have a desktop PC. And I occasionally rub my nipples on them. I'm just saying.
I don't blame you.
Sounds like the Type 5, Type 6s I've got in a room somewhere.
What's a Type 6?
It's just a later, version. I think it still had the same connector. It was just a slightly different keyboard layout.
Yeah, most of mine have PS2 connectors on them.
I think my.
Are you serious?
I'd have to go look, but I think the Type 5 and Type 6 were. It was a DIN type connector, but it wasn't. It wasn't PS2.
I want to say they made Model 2s with both AT connectors and also PS2 connectors. The ones I have are mostly PS2.
Yeah, I'd have to dig through some old stuff. I know I got some monster 5-pin DIN era stuff that I think it was a 6-pin DIN, but it was like the size of that big ass round style.
That like would be the AT, I'm pretty sure, or ATX, I think it was. But yeah, I have some old IBM ones, keyboards, just because the clacky keyboards, the buckling spring, it feels so good.
Yeah, that old IBM clack, that's just, you can't get
Sometimes when I'm alone at home and no one's around, I rub it against my nipples. And then, never mind, I'll stop. Anyway, it's a very good keyboard.
The first scammer thing I've got for you is a Yule, and I think that's probably live. Let me check the date on that.
All right, share your screen, or what do you have to do to show it to us?
That's 16 hours ago, and it's a bit.do URL to a bit.do/VV PayPal. Your PayPal account has been locked due to security reasons. To unlock it, review your account here at bit.do VV PayPal.com. Whatever. Yeah. No. The link is on the right-hand side.
Okay.
Is that working for you guys? Can you see that?
I see the link. I just haven't clicked on it.
Right.
Can you give me that number though?
Scam alert! I've got a number and I've got an email address here. You know what that? It's just
people.
I'm going to start posting these on the chat. Copy image. This is 15 hours ago, so these are going to be live. Copy image location and paste.
I wonder if they're gonna try to hack my site. It's like a GitHub page, and it's like done from Hugo. It's like a static site with a fake database.
I need to post all these images so you've got some context on the whole thing. Because don't get me wrong, some of these might not be scammer numbers. We've got to verify everything before we do shit. There's fucking loads of links.
Well, I know there's something that somebody told me where if you ask the caller for their real name and they tell you my name is John. That right there, there's something about them not telling their real name that makes the call not legit in a court of law. All right, I got a scammer number here too. Let me see what happens.
What's the thing now where they're calling you and trying to get you to say yes?
No.
Okay, I'm going to look for some more. Bear with me. No, that's not.
Let's see. This is...
Hello. Please state your name after the tone, and Google Voice will try to connect you.
Hello, my computer is messed up.
I'm going to mute. Mute out, guys, if anybody answers. You taking this call, dude?
Yeah, I'm seeing if it's calling, but I went through a Google Voice number. So.
The Google subscriber you have called is not available.
Yep, they took it down. So, give me the number again because this is one I had from a client. I knew they were scammers. So tell me what's up. Give me the number you had again.
I think it's on the second image. I think maybe.
And what chat is it? Is it online or is it?
Google group chat. He pasted all the JPEG links.
Google Group.
Don't use that one. I'm not 100% sure it is.
I'll find out.
I'm just keep scrolling. No, that's just a. It might just be a. That might just find that is a finance company.
Wait. Yeah, I'm looking through my old school.
Google the
notes.
number. Yeah, Google the number first, just in case. Okay, here we go. Let's have another look. Oh, right, here we go. We definitely got one.
Okay, tell me.
Right, you ready?
Yep.
Listen, this is the backstory on it. My mum just had a call from someone, and they said they've been looking for her for a long time. They said that they owed £1,000 in tax, and the police will be there in the next 15 minutes to arrest her. Look at you, is able to laugh about it. She knows she's always been blah, 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 blah. And they were saying it was HMRC and it's a scam. It's caused a lot of stress for some people. Please be aware of this number. Dun, dun, dun. We could phone them up and pretend to give them a national insurance number and some bank account details or something.
Yeah, I'll make it up on the fly. Just give me the...
Pow! There you go.
Give me 1 second.
We could look at my phone and find another one.
Can you do it like on the Google chat itself? Because I can't see it.
I thought he did.
I can't see it for some reason. Is it like
In the group chat?
YouTube?
No, in
Yeah.
the Google group chat. I'm seeing a whole bunch of JPEG links.
Yeah, it's right down at the bottom. 02. 020 02033 89 7373.
I don't think I can make that call to Europe though.
Okay.
Yeah.
All these numbers are going to be European, I think.
Okay. I'm gonna find another call. These people are
Vicious.
Let me see.
See if I could doubt there's going to be any American ones on here. Man, there's a lot of people trying to get people with clickbait and stuff to do with HMRC in the UK.
American Medical Response. This call is recorded and may be monitored for training and quality assurance.
Thank you for calling Patient Business Service at American Medical Response. This is John Bash. We are speaking on a recorded line.
I received a phone call from you guys. What is it about?
Can you help with the number on which you received a call from us?
Can you give me a website where it shows me that you guys are legit?
Sorry, sir. I would be not.
I'm sorry?
If you can help with the information, I'll surely let you know what is the reason of our call is.
I'm trying to figure out why you called me.
Yeah, if you can help me with the number, there might be a possibility we might be looking for someone on that number. So if I can pull that number out, I can let you know whom I'm looking for.
Don't you have my number on your caller ID?
No, I'm not able to pull up that number.
Can I talk to your manager immediately? Like right now?
Yes, I can transfer this call to my supervisor if you want. Can you just hold on?
Of course.
Thank you.
Please hold.
Age, sex, location. Age, sex, location.
All right, I'll do it.
8675309.
I'll do it. I muted their phone number. Let me see. Let me see what happens.
Yeah, guys, mute back out as well.
Yeah.
Act more clueless.
Yeah. They're not. These scammers are basically the story behind these guys is they are taking information from somehow they found a way and they hacked the database, and they're charging people for a company out of Colorado, and the company from Colorado does not know anything about this company in India doing this, but they know about the scam. So they represent American Medical Services, but they're not really American Medical Services. So you're literally giving your information out and getting doxxed and charged in the process. Scammed. Oh, man. You see, they're not gonna transfer you to no one. They want me to hang up. All right, guys. Anyone else have a new number? Hello? Anyone there?
Yeah, we still hear you.
Yeah. Okay. I guess this thing is not they're not gonna answer, but does anybody have one of those where the guy makes you call when your computer gets hacked?
Yeah.
Well, they claim I got hacked, but I didn't actually. It was just common Windows errors.
I went on Yahoo one day and there was a banner that said, "Your computer's been hacked. Click here." And I clicked it.
What?
Security alert. It flashed up all red and white saying that my computer had been hacked, so I just clicked on it.
Well, yeah, you got to stop it.
And then I downloaded an exe and installed it, and it dialed me up to a special dial-up server.
Was it McAfee?
I'm sorry, I'm joking. Do you remember
Hey,
those?
I met a prince once, and I never heard from him again.
No, there's premium dialers back in the day. They used to like basically disconnect you from your ISP and then put you onto a premium kind of service. I'm joking, by the way, about the banners and stuff. I'm really taking the piss. I'm being highly sarcastic.
I cannot find this prank call from the factory warranty scammers.
No, I suppose you could always try and do a little bit of social engineering. We could work on some social engineering and try and get some information.
Yeah. Put on an Indian accent and tell them you're from tech support. And tell me what's it, star 72 or whatever.
Yeah,
Star 67.
Try and figure out what systems they're using.
Be like, hello, how may I help you today? I see that your computer has been hacked. I already have access to it, but I need you to click here.
We'll just call them posing as the F.
Just tell them you barged this call and you're from tech support and this phone's jacked up and you need to ask them, do you have the physical phone or do you have the the soft phone?
Come on, find a number. We'll call them again.
Huh? No? Huh?
Oh, what the hell is it?
Tech support.
I don't think the mods allowed my post in the forum, which is unfortunate.
There are no numbers?
No, you can't have scammer numbers. I directly asked everybody in the group for scammer numbers, and I don't think they've approved the post.
Somebody needs to make a database of these. There has to be a site out there.
Yeah, the only problem is it could be used against people, couldn't it? You could dox somebody by adding their number to the database. How do you verify that that phone number is a scammer?
Well, Don't know, but I guess you can have different people, put down like a checklist of things that happened with that phone number.
Yeah, but then you couldn't like even like accepting multiple submissions. Like, okay, this one's been submitted to us 10 times. We put it on the website. Somebody's just been around to 10 computers and submitted that phone number over and over again. Or somebody's used a proxy, or somebody's, whatever.
Well, I guess you have to make it a private community that the people or something like that. Scamnumbers.info.
It's the only way it would work if it was a community-based thing. But then
there's this website called scamnumbers.info.
Yeah, but then you get scammers joining the website and trolling the fucking people that were trolling the scammers.
No. This website exists. I'm telling you.
Yeah, but they're probably mostly just people that are posting caller ID numbers they got from scammers, which are spoofed anyway. So.
50 number views. Let me see. New numbers.
Maybe you could back it up with search results off Google. That'd be good. You do some kind of text analysis and see whether it was a positive or a negative kind of thing where the number was mentioned, or if it was just like contact details. So, guys, shall we change the subject for a little while and let's do the usual YouTube kind of thing. What YouTube shit have you been watching this week? What's been good? And Adrian, are you there? Are you still with us? The security. I just had to check.
Strangely enough,
the security con in London was OWASP London. I googled it and got it up. So yeah, so OWASP London was the one. Yeah, OWASP is. I spoke to one of the developers off the OWASP on SecFo IRC some time ago. It was pretty cool.
Yeah, the only no offense, Matt Sudo, but the one British dude I know of in the that general area is like DigiNinja. He's on Hack 5 from time to time.
Yeah, I think it's probably DigiNinja I've spoke to. Yeah, that name rings a bell.
And Hack Gear is pretty cool for me. Shannon has me blocked for whatever reason.
I've got a block. Well, 66 blocks.
Blockchain?
Phone block.
Hey, can you call scammers from your
Yeah, definitely we could do that. But does someone more importantly have a Windows 98 VM attached to the network and screen share that shit when you guys call up one of those IT scammers?
Oh man, we call if Advanced, are you still there, man? Basically, a long time ago on one of the calls, we called up a Canadian computer shop and we were telling them that we had a Gibson Mark II and we were running Windows 98 with Internet Explorer 4 and wondered why some websites weren't working anymore. Like, we're going back like to 2009 maybe, but it was still hilarious.
Yeah, I wish I could tell you who to call, but unfortunately, every single one of them spoofs their caller ID. So there's that. Actually, let me plug this in straight. So check this out. I'm actually going to connect a phone call right now. There we go.
Is it a free phone call?
It can be.
Thankfully,
the guy who runs Project MF actually has a phone line that goes out. So yes, we can. But the problem is I think it's too noisy here to actually blue box anything. I'd have to kind of cheat.
Can you do anything with faxes with a blue box, or is it just So, like, you know, if you got through to a fax, could you send a tone that made it just print out like black ink? You know,
that's not really what it's for, but there are some interesting tones that this box can do.
But there are still fax machines online, you see, so we could find some faxes and toy with faxes.
A big black.
Okay, check this out.
Is that dial-up?
No.
What is it?
You do.
This is SF though, so that's 2600 pulsed.
I'm so going to be sampling this for my next intro music on my YouTube channel.
This box actually has a lot of different modes.
Huh. What are those modes you got on that thing?
Actually, I'll give you the link to make your own. If you have an Arduino Leonardo, you can actually make it yourself. It's actually really, really simple. Give me just a second to find it.
I have a lot of those lying about. Do Milanove do? Or an 80 mega? Is it the 80? No, sorry, not the 80 mega, the mega.
Give me just a moment. I'll find the information. Just give me a moment. I might actually have to log into my box at home.
And the speaker on that, is that actually a speaker or is it working off a piezo?
No, it's a receiver off of a Western Electric 500 Bell phone.
And does that require an amplifier to drive the speaker?
No, it'll run right from the Arduino, just fine.
Oh, that's cool. I like that.
It is like a 600 ohm speaker.
And that's probably a standard thing for telephones. So, like,
yeah, if you grab a telephone speaker, it's almost any telephone speaker will work. I've got a 150 ohm resistor in line with it, but the guy recommends 150 microhenry inductor.
So I'm presuming you could probably use the Arduino to modify an old analog handset to work, you know, digitally now with DTMF tones and stuff.
Yeah, but the MF tones are what I'm really interested in. So let me give you this. I'll just show this in the Hangouts chat. And this is everything you need to build your own.
Huh.
Thank you very much. You
don't need an LCD. I certainly don't. But the option's there.
I've got some LCDs lying about too.
Well, have fun. It's a really easy build. I can show you one that I actually have apart. Huh, that's funny. It's decided to ingest my Ubuntu lanyards. Anyway. But no, this is a pretty dumb, simple build. Just a keypad and a Arduino Leonardo, and that's pretty much it. And then you can have a blue box.
That's cool.
Now, the one I'm trying to build is Steve Wozniak's original, and that one's going to require a lot of really old logic that was pre-74 series. And that's been something I've been trying to do, and I finally got the 1 megahertz crystals I need to do that with. But that's another story.
And that's all analog. Would you be etching?
No, it's not. It's not all analog. You see, what Steve Wozniak he did a hack, all right? And he did it because he quickly realized that if you had an analog oscillator, the potential for you to get it all tuned up, all working right, and then when you go out to the payphone to use it, it all not working, was very high. So what he did was he took a 1 megahertz crystal, he oscillated it with an SP388, and then fed that into a 4-bit up-down counter. All right.
Yeah.
And so he was dividing it digitally, and then he further divided it into 2 sets of 4-bit binary counters, and then output that to a gate. and the output of that drove the speaker. So the result was and then the selects for the 4-bit counters were selected by a diode matrix that hooked up to the keypad.
That's cool.
And it was basically a digital box.
Wozniak's just legend, yeah.
And it's very simple. I will give you the PDF for it so you guys can see just how awesome it is. I actually replicated it. I got some things wrong on my schematic, but the way he draws things is just really elegant. And then the way it actually turns out is, holy cow, there's a lot of wires in it, actually.
I love the way how he says, he always says, you know, do it better with less components. Like, so like he'd look at engineer stuff and he'd be like, no, we
well,
can do
you
this
know why that is, right? Because when he was a kid, he wanted his own computer. And with 16K of RAM, I believe it was his father who's told him that he'd be living in apartments the rest of his life to be able to afford it.
Oh, and he said he didn't care.
No, he did. But every time a new technique would come out, he would think about how to build the computer. He'd build it in his head. Sometimes he would use big computers to simulate how the circuits would work. And he'd say, well, since I need to make it affordable, how few circuits can I do to make it work? And it became a game. And so eventually, you know, it became affordable for him to have his own computer. And so he built it.
Yep, fantastic. When I was saying he said he didn't care, I mean about living in the apartment when his dad said, you're going to have to live in a really shoebox apartment. And he said, I don't care. I'm going to have one of those computers one day.
I'm going to have a computer. That's going to be my computer.
Shit, he owns a whole data center now. He has his own SSD companies and all kinds of stuff.
You know, I actually meant to ask you some SSD questions, Irongeek, if you're around. I found myself wondering what happens when you actually save a file over a file, you overwrite it. Does it just make another copy of the file on the SSD transparent to the operating system, thus the original file is still there?
Are you talking to
You would
Adrian?
not, yeah, you wouldn't believe how much stuff's cached, like when the computer actually looks at it. If you've ever been through a recovery system, you can find so much cached information.
No, I know that, but I'm wondering if there's actually a complete other copy because you don't want to set the erase bits.
I would say that probably, because it's an SSD and you don't want to write to the same bits over and over again because of the longevity of the device. So you want to keep those bits for as long as possible. They're going to write to a different sector on the disk. So
Yes, that's why you enable trim. So basically, what it does is it has all these. It actually makes like kind of like a copy and a backup of it, depending the partition you used, scheme that you used. And it will actually, if you save a file on a solid state drive, and the file's not running, say if the thing goes off and on again, whatever, it changes completely when it turns on again. But there is ways of getting it. I mean, through firmware. You can get a lot of stuff from an SSD.
So anyway, I've placed what you need to know there. 874 is his Rev 1 blue box, and 875 is his Rev 2 blue box.
That's brilliant. Cheers.
Has anybody tried dialing up it somewhere?
Hang on, I'm trying to remember what the code was.
Has anybody like tried to like basically like? Is there like an app where you can like dial up to stuff like for software? Does anybody know?
Well, I'm using Asterisk over to Project MF, but you can actually dial it directly if you go to projectmf.org.
There's war dialers as well.
Project MF?
Yeah, let me, I'll paste that link too. And I'll just go straight to the introduction, which has an actual direct dial number in where you can call the same system that I'm kind of playing with. But what I've done is I've actually made an EX2 trunk over IAX2 trunk over to the to his box via the CKTS stuff that he has listed. All right, now I'm just trying to remember, because I think if I go to key press 9999, I can get the dial tone.
And you can call from it?
Yeah. Got it.
Can you make another phone ring in the hackerspace? Can you make a mobile ring in the hackerspace? Maybe that'd be cool.
Oh, I can do that easily. I see another phone.
You might want to mute out when you make the call.
I don't know if you can hear this or not, but we're actually. Hang on. Let me check what microphone it's picking up.
Oh no.
Welcome back, Advanced.
Yo. Can you guys hear this or no?
Yes, we can't.
Okay, well, this is a telephone switching network run by a guy named Phil McCarter. And it's his website, Steps.us. And this is one of the CKTS network you can blue box into through Project MF and other things. Let me see. I'll just throw the link in Hangouts chat here, so you can see that as well. And let me see if I can. I'm gonna see if I can get one of those old dial tone units.
What's going on here?
All the things, man. All the things.
Are we not talking because we're trying to get a hold?
Well, Adrian fell asleep again, so, and you're back. Just kidding.
Whoa, what the hell's going on here?
What's
I just
going on?
came back.
I thought you were
Adrian
there.
probably is asleep.
Adrian!
He's probably asleep on the couch again.
Oh, no. If anyone has remote access, can somebody turn on the camera? Let's verify the situation. Let's make sure he's alive.
But who hacks the hackers?
The feds. Oh, good. That's gonna be so funny when the feds are trying to, like, because the computer is hacked and they're connected to this whole botnet and this. I mean, it's gonna be very interesting to see if their agents are gonna be at that level of fighting other hackers or teams of hackers in real time and stuff like that. And their
I don't know if you
systems
can
getting
hear this, but I
pawned.
think you can.
The feds already have a huge team of hackers.
Who?
The feds already have a huge team of hackers.
Well,
oh yeah,
they do, but as far as what I've been told is only 3% of that is legit. So
I don't know. I'm in a group with a bunch of them.
I think
Yeah.
it depends. There's a
So
lot of.
I've got the guy's old ringing machine, if you can hear that. That is an actual Bell System ringer that's going on there.
what? Pick it up.
I can hear it.
Yeah, he won't pick it up. I'll have to, let me see if I can SF dial it, maybe. Hang on. Maybe I can screw it.
Oh wow, my ears. My
Yeah,
feet.
sorry. Yeah, I can't break it. I've gotta reset it. God, reset it.
Yeah, I've got an old field phone that you had to you crank it to send the charge down the line to ring.
Can't do that anymore. It'll just blow up the VoIP stuff.
Right.
That was called juicing, by the way.
Yeah, it's an old TA-12 from the Army. It's funny, you give it to the new kids and be like, here, hold on to this, we'll see if it works.
Oh my God. Don't kill the cert babies. Please. We need the cert babies once in a while.
Yeah.
I think there's still, but, if you go back to the 90s, I think
What's happening over there? Oh my God, my ears again.
What the holy shit.
This is MK Ultra experiment, guys. Let's leave.
Oh my God.
It's not working though, unfortunately. But you can hear the dial tone at least.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Audio hacking of the brain.
I know.
Yeah.
Everybody watching on YouTube, we're in outer space now.
It happens.
You shall follow my command.
There is no spoon.
There is no spoon. Just bullshit everywhere.
am I the only one? Am I the only one here that's happy hearing all the beeps and stuff?
No,
I'm here.
Say hello to my family for me.
I could try and communicate back.
Don't whistle, you may launch some
And beeps.
Oops, I gotta reorder.
A far from a perfect tone whistle.
Get off the phone.
It almost feels like a tragedy before a video game. Hey man, how's it going? He's setting up his phone and then something happened. Zombie behind him.
Hang up the phone though. I'll be right back. If you want to hear another phone ring, I'll make that happen for you guys. I gotta go get an Epic phone to ring though, I think.
Yeah, it's wicked. I'm just enjoying like listening, and it's cool because you're giving us a different. Yeah, you're giving us a different insight to stuff as well, because there's not a lot of freaking things on YouTube really. There's like there's hobbyist kind of stuff, but
yeah,
I think
true.
Trying to find like technical stuff, you know, once you've watched the 3 or 4 documentaries that there are, trying to go any deeper than that is a little bit of a struggle.
Well, you can always get the Anarchist Bible has a lot of stuff and phone freaking.
It's something I've never looked into. I mean, maybe textfiles.org as well, textfiles.com.
Archive.org has the Anarchist Bible too, which is a better source. But when I was a kid,
is that the Anarchist Cookbook?
Yeah, the Anarchist Cookbook, but they have also the Anarchist Bible too.
Oh, the Bible. Thing. Okay.
Is that all written in Leet speak, by the way?
No.
Having like an office party?
What?
Somebody having like an office party or something?
It's Brian.
It's a makerspace / BDSM dungeon, he said.
Oh, sweet.
Sweet.
It's a hackerspace. He makes some of his own circuit boards too, Advanced. So.
Cool.
We were just talking about Wozniak using crystals to control, was it bit shifters?
Yeah, that's what he said, yeah.
Shift registers to control the tones, drive the tones for the speaker, rather than...
Shift registers?
Yeah, rather than using like potentiometers and trimming the, capacitance and resistance and stuff like that.
Shift registers would be pretty slow.
And maybe not shift registers then, I can't remember the component he said. Brian, are you still there?
Yeah.
All right. So someone wanted me to ring a phone.
Is it Brian?
Somebody what? Huh?
Oh, no,
wanted me to ring a phone.
C Pro, what were the devices that Wozniak used to move the bits from the 100 megahertz chips?
The 1 megahertz chip. It's right in. It's in chat. If you see 874 and 875.pdf.
Cool. In the chat.
Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah.
I'll just RTFM.
Yeah, RTFM.
Please proceed with the.
Let's see here.
Where's Adrian? Adrian.
Adrian.
Did he abandon us again?
Adrian.
Yeah, I can see you advanced knocking one of these together, man.
What
In
is
fact,
that?
the one that C Pro is using at the moment is driven using an Arduino.
What, a phone?
Yeah, the blue box.
Oh, sweet.
Well, we're not driving the phone with the blue box, but we're just screwing around. So someone wanted me to ring a phone, so here's a phone.
Is that your Landsman set?
I need one.
Oh, I love that sound, man.
I bet if you take one of these at the airport, they'll arrest you.
That's beautiful.
I don't know. I've had varying luck. This is going to be strange because I'm talking to you through a phone over an IP, and you should be able to hear me pretty badly.
Sweet, roger that.
You know, it's funny because I could do the complete opposite, and then you could hear yourself. So what I would need to do that is...
Is that an Asterisk server or something?
Yeah, it's an Astra server.
Okay, sweet.
I was wondering, can you get like a Vim plugin or like a terminal program and just use asterisks and call from like SSH from your computer somehow?
Yep.
In a way, you probably could. This is using FreePBX just because that one was the easiest one to set up.
Yeah, FreePBX is the easiest.
What's it called? FreePBX? I'm gonna mess with this week.
Free. Free as in here.
FreePBX is kind of like a big wraparound for asterisks. It's still asterisks.
It's asterisks that you don't have to mess with as much.
Yeah, you got like a nice web interface. You can deal with it from there if you want to. You don't have to.
Really?
You can get free SIP trunks, can't you still?
What?
You can get a free SIP trunk still?
Oh, I don't know about that.
Maybe, but I don't really care about that because all the stuff I'm doing is I actually need to figure out how to set this stuff up to do my own Project MF patch because it uses the old asterisk, and that's kind of a pain in the butt. I'd rather not have to use the guy, I'm trying to remember the name, Don Froya's server to do everything that I want to do with Blue Box. I'd rather have my own system.
So you're connecting to someone else's server, and then he's got the SIP trunk, and you're basically using his SIP trunk.
He's got a SIP trunk that you can actually dial regular numbers out, but most of the numbers I dial are different numbers. And also there's this thing called the telephone collector network, which isn't hooked up to the real phone system, but it's a completely different thing. Okay,
because from my understanding is you have to have a SIP trunk to get out to regular phones.
No, well you do, but you can, if you
could bounce to another system.
You can do it through another guy's system.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. At some point, you have to hit a SIP trunk to get to like a landline or a cell phone, right?
Well, you could use a telephone adapter and actually put it out to a real line if you wanted to, and you wouldn't have to use a SIP trunk at all.
No, I think you have to have the VoIP provider, right?
You don't have to have a VoIP provider to do anything. Just as long as you're connecting to internal systems.
The VoIP provider is just, they just got a bridge device in between the IP network and the phone network.
Yeah, all you need to mess with
phones, not necessarily not necessarily paid.
All you need to do to mess with phones, at least, is have your analog telephone adapter. This one happens to be an 8-line grand stream, and an asterisk server, and then you can start linking phones together.
Okay.
And then if you have two asterisk servers, you can make an IAX2 trunk between the two, and then you can call between the two servers. So if
you can have internal
use,
extensions and shit.
You can use IP phones, though, right?
Can you encrypt that? Can you encrypt the
yeah,
calls?
absolutely, you can encrypt it.
So I can I can set this up for my friend and
You can make your own phone company.
And then do a point-to-point tunnel?
In fact, encryption is built in if you use it. It's got several different kinds.
Does it use a well-known default certificate?
Anyway, just look it up. Look up FreePBX, and pretty much everything is in there, because everything and the kitchen sink is inside of Asterisk.
Okay, and I have a question. Can you link this with Twilio as well?
What?
Can you link this with Twilio and kind of like use Twilio also?
I haven't tried yet, but I'm sure you can.
Is this just does this just come as an image then, or is this like a package, or
this
is
a
it?
distro. It's built on CentOS.
Sweet. I've tried to set up Asterix in the past and failed miserably.
Well, I can tell you, FreePBX in fact, I really want to do something that's more complicated.
I always remember in the 90s, you used to be able to set up an answer phone system on your computer, so you could get the computer to answer using the modem, and you could have like
do that.
mailboxes and things like that. I was looking at it on Linux. I couldn't find any Windows-based software, so I was looking at doing it on Linux.
Yeah, Windows fax software is really hard to find. I've got a few things. WinFax comes to mind.
WinFax was the very old program. Yeah, I remember.
Oh, yeah, WinFax. Yeah.
I didn't say they were new programs.
I had some programs that came with the Zoom modem. You know, that I could set up all the voice menus and DTMF.
But FreePBX has a shit ton of different plugins and shit that you can do. So you can do all those menu systems and shit like that. You could probably have like meeting rooms and shit.
So I'm gonna pose this again. Does anyone know how I can hack this to work locally?
I had a Google, dude, and it's
what is it?
It connects using a SIM card over GSM, doesn't it?
What?
Is that Wi-Fi?
No. It actually connects to the 802.11 network.
So it connects to your local network.
802.11. That's
yeah. I'm wondering. Yeah, it's just the Wi-Fi. I'm wondering if there's any way we can hijack it, like DNS-wise, and replicate whatever the cloud server was doing on our own end.
Yeah, I was just going to say, could you spoof the IP that it's going to local network, and then
you probably need to do an open base station or something.
Yeah, you need to man in the middle and probably use Bro and then just modify the package.
Use open base station, and then set up a. I think it's what is it, like the APN or whatever?
No, dude, it connects to connects over.
It does not cellular.
No, it connects over 802.11. So basically, what you need to do is impersonate the IP it's trying to talk to on the network. Try and collect some traffic and send OK messages to the card, maybe.
Well, let me see if anyone else has actually done it first.
Something along those lines.
What if you evil twin the AP?
What?
But the problem is the service is down. So, do you have any logs from the server when you were actually using the device?
No, I don't. I didn't do that, so I don't know what's going on. But I'm sure that other people have figured it out.
But yeah, there probably are. I haven't Googled for any hacks. I just had a Google for the card to have a look at it.
Do you know what SSID is trying to connect to?
Oh yeah, it's connecting to our local SSID, so we can put up a server with and a DNS entry with the IP if we know what to do with it. So yeah, apparently there's direct mode for it. Okay, direct mode.
Can you access the firmware?
Yeah, that's what I was just going to say. Some genius needs to read that.
I'm going to go get. Let's see. Wi-Fi direct mode. Okay. Well, this is cool. This is cool. Eric, we might be able to enable a direct mode and dump the files to the folder from the Wi-Fi card. Yeah, really. You need to steal a. SD card reader integrated in this thing? Let's see. I need to find the utility. All right, iFi Center. So let me do that. So I need to download iFi Center, apparently. Download iFi Center. On it for Windows, because I'm an idiot running Windows right now.
I didn't say it.
You've got to do it. There's certain things you can't do on Linux.
I know.
Unfortunately.
Like edit video.
It will catch up. It's slowly catching up. It's slowly catching up. Like, get hacked.
I don't know. I don't know about Systemd, though. I don't use any OSs that use Systemd right now.
What?
I don't like it.
Hey, I remember the old PC versus Mac wars, and a classic line. Somebody was like, "Well, name one thing you can do on Windows that you can't do on a Mac." Right click.
Yeah. Control click.
Actually, if you hold down the button for long enough, it right clicks.
No, you got to use two fingers on the magic pad. Use two fingers.
Yeah, you got to do two fingers, and you got to have one going down, and then roll the other one.
And you got to touch it just right.
I haven't picked up a Mac since they switched to Intel. I don't know.
You remember playing with those little skateboards with your fingers when you were a kid?
Your finger, what were the fingerboards?
Yeah, those little fingerboards, skateboards.
How were they? Tech deck.
Tech deck. Yeah, you could change shit on them. And you had like a little wrench and shit.
Yeah. Where I laminated. Remember the little warning sign says caution, do not over tighten nuts?
Do not over tighten the nuts?
Yeah, it said caution, do not over tighten nuts.
That's what she said.
I don't think I read any instructions.
I got one time with a little warning sticker that said caution, do not over tighten nuts. So I laminated it, stuck it on a little clip, and hung it for my zipper on my pants. So I got in trouble for school.
We used to have name badges, and we found the default template on the server. So then we were printing out our own name badges, which was fun. You know, like Adolf Hitler, Margaret Thatcher, John Major at the time.
Did anybody see them?
Yeah, we got into loads of shit for it.
That's so fun.
Last place I worked, when we wrecked servers, they rolled out an RFID system. We printed out RFID tags to hook to all the assets. So, kind of the practical joke of the day was to print out an RFID sticker and then slap it on somebody's back. So when they walked out the man trap to go out to the parking lot, they set the alarm off.
Oh shoot! Did the iFi card actually have a very specific, card reader that was made for it?
You know what I want to make is an RFID reader, like a big ass one that has really good distance and doesn't cost $700, but just make one on my own. That'd be sweet.
Oh, there's a lot of stuff, dude, out there you can definitely modify. Really cheap.
Get like an RFID catcher.
Now, what's the distance on an RFID tag return signal?
Well, it depends on your antenna. Depends on your
put enough beams on the Aggie and go as far away as you want, basically. But you got to aim real good.
Yeah, there's like a carrier signal when you send that, and it'll respond.
But yeah, because I was just wondering how far it would. If you could listen back, I guess I don't know. They can't be transmitting at that much power.
Yeah, but if you design your antenna properly, you're gonna have equal gain on your transmit and receive. So as long as you're, if you want to figure out if you can hit or not, just build an antenna where you can use a real low power transmit and still hit your target. And if you can hit them, you can receive them. You just, the narrower you make the beam, the better your aim's got to be.
Yeah, that'd be sweet if it had like a little dish, just a little handheld dish. RFID.
I'll show you what I have in a second.
Is the problem with RFID that you've got to power it at the same time as listening for it? Yeah. Okay.
Put an EOTech site on your Pringles can.
I bet somebody's done it.
The Pringles cans here came with speakers or something before.
Does it matter where the power comes from? Could the power come from somewhere else, but the reader be further away?
Yeah, but still, you gotta be able to receive it, and so you gotta have a real high gain beam, and you're gonna have a very narrow band. So, yeah, I mean, if you got enough of a beam that you're gonna be able to read it, then you can power it just as easy.
So in theory, you could point it like where people will be scanning into the door, like for their business or whatever, and read the card from across the street or even further.
Yeah, yeah, definitely.
Yeah. Or you can I'm trying to find the one that I have, which you can put in a sleeve and a jacket and just walk nearby the person.
Yeah, I've seen those where you just get close to them.
Yeah.
Probably one of the most practical usages is to an apartment complex I used to live in. They actually had RFID cards for the laundry machine that were rechargeable. So you get you get a writer, and you could do free laundry.
Or have you guys seen those coins, the coin card, whatever? Have you guys seen those? It's like a proxy credit card. You can hold 10 credit cards in it, and they just sold it to Fitbit. You can actually do that too. It's called a coin. You can search it. It's called onlycoin.com.
Is it kind of like a tap and pay or something like that?
No, it's actually it's a little device that looks like a credit card, and it holds up to 10 credit cards at once, and you can change it.
That sounds like a great idea. Not.
Yeah, just check it out. But they went out of business. But I have a couple of them. I'm trying to look for this thing. Where is it?
What was that phrase? Don't put all your eggs in one credit card. Yeah.
Don't put all your credit cards in one egg.
But if you're spoofing stuff, it has RFID in it. It's legit.
Bolt your safe down to the floor.
Hey guys, I've got Chenglish to deal with here apparently. I shall show you the Chenglish. It's not that bad, but it's still there. So let's see, screen share.
Your credit card, dude, but that's not the way we intended you to use it.
So check this out. It says one of the connection tests did not succeed. It's good to know that one of the connection tests did not succeed.
Outgoing connections failed.
I wonder why.
Is this your little Wi-Fi card thing?
Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out.
Can you get a UART? Hey,
there's a way to update it. There's a way to update it to dump locally. I just have to figure out how.
Look, do you have a JTagulator there?
Did you press the accept button for the firewall rule?
Did you accept the EULA?
Firewall. I would be surprised if it's even on.
Well, there's your problem. You're on Windows 8.
Not my laptop.
You didn't take your free upgrade?
Yeah, it's free.
Didn't you get the pop-up?
Good old SCP.
My feeling is that, it is on. Let's see.
Just ignore it and keep going. You'll be all right.
Pull it up and figure out how to route to the basement.
It'd be all right.
Actually,
carefully you wake Robert up.
Probably tunnel through and probably throw it.
Okay, let's try that again.
Tail the firewall logs.
Nope.
What's that? Does it wiggle? It's possible.
Did you wiggle it? That's what he said.
Or did you wiggle or something?
I don't know if it's
well, this is a bummer.
Yeah. It's tongue groove broke. Yeah.
Well, anyone have any other questions? Because I've got to clean up my giant mess that I've made here because it's really gigantic.
Dude,
and
there
messy.
is Magic Lantern firmware for the i5.
Oh, there is. Can you link
There
it?
is. Yes, I am looking at the
That
moment.
would make me very happy.
Score.
A pleasure. I think it is. Anyway, I'm going to paste you this link. Hopefully this makes you a happy person.
Oh, Wi-Fi SD card.
Yeah, I linked one from Toshiba earlier.
Why didn't anybody say so?
The one that's the SD card that's SanDisk is the same service that they stopped supporting.
What about the one from Toshiba?
I didn't see the one from Toshiba yet.
Yeah, I linked it earlier.
All right. I might have been
At
offline.
9:22.
Good.
Yeah, it's definitely working. There's releases of stuff for the firmware.
Awesome. Thanks.
No worries. Pleasure.
I'll give this to someone who can do something with it. So anyway, I gotta go and clean up my giant mess. So it's been fun.
Good luck, dude. Let us know if you get that sorted.
And when do you guys normally do these things?
Same time next week.
All right, cool. Take it easy.
Cool, man.
Same bat time,
Catch
same
you
bat
soon.
channel.
Yeah, keep your eyes. If you get Irongeek,
That's our motto.
Irongeek_ADC on Twitter. He usually posts out a link.
Okay, awesome.
Okay,
I think I follow him. Take it easy.
Nice, sweet bud. Catch you in a bit.
Bye.
Yeah.
So, dun dun dun.
What now?
What are we trying?
Adrian!
Still streaming to YouTube?
He's asleep again.
Adrian!
I know. Where is he?
Adrian!
Did he abandon us again?
He didn't even get to the mead. Come on, you can't be schnapped out already,
To
Adrian.
the snaps, he's just down the whole bottle of snaps. Oh my god.
What happens if his computer falls asleep? Disconnected?
No, we don't.
Does it keep the hangout open?
Maybe we have to send the hacker signal, just like the bat signal, up into the hangout.
Somebody should call him on the phone.
Planet.
What is that? Is that like a big circle with 1337 written in the middle of it?
Yeah, 1337. What is that 1337? Never mind.
It's the year I was born.
He will know. He will know.
Was port 1337 open on my computer?
It's
Yeah,
just
you
the same as
definitely,
having 4444.
You definitely
Just kidding,
scan
dude.
1337. You add that to your port scan list. You take the defaults, you add a couple. You're like, yeah, here's a couple I'm gonna add.
Somebody show Dan this. If there's a 1337 open.
That's what the guy was using on the video Adrian was showing earlier. 31337.
Oh yeah, exactly. You do the like variations of it.
I think it's the actual default port in Metasploit or Backtrack.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah. But you know what's really funny? Have you guys ever tried to hack Metasploit itself? Like put a machine, run Metasploit up, and then have that machine connect to you, and then you connect to the machine to.
Some guys
just...
backdoored Backtrack. They found a 0 day in the operating system and exploited it at one of the hacker cons, which is quite amusing because all the hackers were running Backtrack at the time.
Well, that's a bad one, isn't it?
I want to start up Metasploitable and expose it to the internet and see what happens.
Oh, don't do it. I rather just do it like you can run like in DigitalOcean for $5 a month, a little server to get raped. That's it. Just give it an SSH key and then go in it once in a while and a VM.
You're just best off writing your own code, aren't you?
Yeah.
Don't rely on tools. Write your own stuff.
I wrote a terminal server in Python, or not a server, terminal client in Python that can do scripts and shit. Wait for strings and then it can like automate long tasks and shit.
See, I wish I could program. I suck at it.
Have you looked at the DigiSpark stuff advanced recently?
No, why?
Because I want to get those.
Been a lot of activity.
No, I just want to get those key maps working, man. It's not key maps. They're not even key codes. They're fucking scan numbers, scan codes.
What did I call it?
Scan codes. They are. Oh, it's the right terminology.
Rubber digi.
Yeah.
What are you trying to do?
Basically, keyboard localization. The keyboard keys actually have a thing called a scan code, which is the rows and columns that they're on the keyboard, and different countries have different scan codes relate to different keys and different characters. So, like, your localization comes down to certain scan codes, and at the moment me and Advanced are having a few issues because yours are in US as well, aren't they, Advanced?
What's that?
You know, the scan codes, are they US scan codes? You haven't got Canadian ones,
it's not really scan codes, I don't think. Like, that's the way the electronics inside the keyboard works. It scans the columns and rows
to find out which key was pressed.
Yeah, but then once it's in that form, it sends it over USB.
Yeah, but what does it send it as?
And then it has its own hex code, and that's the problem. Is it's different hex codes for you for pressing different shit on the keyboard because of regional shit, right?
Yeah.
So we have to figure out. We got to map my shit that I programmed in that, and then you got to fucking convert it over to your whatever keyboard mapping you want.
We're pretty close. We're pretty close.
So, what is it you're needing?
Like public knowledge, like?
Yeah, they are public knowledge. It's just
Someone
that
should have already done this.
I packaged it up. It should all be there.
I've only spent yours work, but for you, but on my British keyboard.
I left everything there so you could see it.
I've had a look, but I need to get the British key mapping in there, and it's something that I haven't got.
I think it's there, man.
I've got them, man. No, I checked yours. I couldn't get it to work there.
On the Windows side, I've been using a program called AutoHotkey for a long time now. It lets you.
I love AutoHotkey, man.
Yes, and one of the things I was using on that, I had like a USB flight simulator controller that had like extra buttons and stuff, and I wanted to assign hotkeys to those, and I needed to know those key codes. And yeah, there's an AutoHotkey scripts on their forums you can get to, they'll tell you it'll give you those hex key codes, and all you gotta do is just run it, and you can just go through your keyboard and press, all your media buttons, and as well as your controls and shifts and your international characters and whatnot.
Can you
would not
use Wireshark's USB capture to cap that?
Possibly, yeah, that'd be a good idea. I mean, you wouldn't. I think I've got the right key mappings now. It's just writing it back into the code, but you would not believe the amount of shit I had to copy and paste to try and find the right ones. I mean, I was looking on the Microsoft sites. I was looking on like keyboard standard sites. I was looking in proper, really technical information. That USB HID definition document, that was quite interesting. And yeah, eventually I nailed it. I found some work in another project and pulled that down, and it worked.
Yeah, because I mean, I was using the AutoHotkey thing, and I took like a $5 cheap ass USB keyboard and ripped it apart and got to the controller, and even though it physically only had a certain number of keys, I mean, it's in the grid, so you just energize the right wires and you can generate a whole lot more key codes than there are keys on that. So I was gonna make my own little, supplemental keyboard that only spit out key codes that didn't exist on my physical keyboard, and then put extra buttons on those just for, extra hotkeys.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah, I can see where you're coming from for a game and stuff like that. Yeah.
Yeah, it's funny you mentioned the gaming, because that's kind of where a lot of the stuff started from. But
yeah,
I never used it in any of the gaming. I was using it at work as a Unix admin, because I had hotkeys for all kinds of like commands that I'd usually run, or I'd have the HPUX and the Red Hat equivalents where I could hit the same hotkey, and depending what OS I was shelled into, it would issue one command or the other, by reading the window title. And
I managed to get a reverse shell working with the DigiSpark using PowerShell. That was pretty cool.
You got what? A reverse shell with PowerShell?
Yeah.
That's what I have.
PowerShell.
Do you want the code? Would you like a link?
You did what with PowerShell?
Did a reverse shell with using PowerShell.
I got that.
Using Netcat and PowerShell. Bear with me a second. I'll give you a link to the code. Yeah, that's me. Excuse the dodgy spelling, excuse the shitty articles, but enjoy.
I'm scared to click.
Is that your website?
It might be, maybe.
Maybe.
Oh. Is it hosted in your home?
No, it's not hosted on my IP. It's hosted elsewhere.
Okay, we can get this, James. Get in there.
You can try. I tell you what. Do you know how many people have try and hack that server a day? A lot. Every time they. I'm not going to go into any details, but I've got some like countermeasures on there. I used to actually. I hosted one page on my home server, and when you scanned it, it would scan you. And if it didn't like you because you'd scanned it, it would block you and add you to a list of blocked IPs and shit like that. It was quite fun. Yeah, but it wasn't like, because I know you can do this stuff with firewalls, but I enjoy doing it myself, like just analyzing the log files and making it, IP tables and shit. It's easy.
Yeah. I use Shotwell a lot, or Bro IDS for that. You guys got to check out Bro. I mean, you can do so many things with it. It's not even funny. You can you don't even have to block it. You can reroute them into a honeypot. You can see things live. Once you're man in the middling it, all the data. It's pretty interesting. Here, I put a link for you guys here so you guys can check it out. Does anybody use Bro by any chance?
No, I'm using pfSense, and then I've got some using an IP list of all the hacker countries and just blocking everything from them.
Yeah.
Russia, Thailand.
I love pfSense.
I like pfSense.
This is a shout out to anybody that has a Firebox PSU.
Hey, I got one.
Serious?
That's what my pfSense is running on. It's running on a Firebox.
Oh no, I need a spare.
I need a spare.
Yeah,
send it to me to Europe.
So the power supply went out on a Juniper VPN device, and I snagged it. And it's a little bit more powerful than that Firebox, and I'm wondering if I can even get. I'm gonna try and get pfSense installed on it, because it's just an embedded board, but the network card is.
What kind of operating system you used to run on the board before?
I think it's Unix is what Juniper is running on.
Yep.
Or Pulse, yeah. So it should.
What kind of?
But the network card's branded Juniper. Crap. I was gonna dig it out of the garage. I want to say it's an Intel chipset. To tell you the truth.
Yeah, a lot of it. What year was it? Is it?
It
It's
is.
an SA2500.
Yeah. It's an Intel chipset.
Yeah. Then it's Intel.
It's a x86, is it?
Is it x86?
Yeah, it is x86. They come with maybe.
You can compile it anyways, but I'm just thinking about how hard it's going to be. You got to flip around or whatever.
Those Fireboxes come with 500 meg of RAM and I can't remember how quick the processor is. It's in the megahertz range. It's not gigahertz, I don't think.
Yeah, I almost killed it a while back. I turned on too many features.
Get a bit warm.
Yeah. Well, I tried to run a Squid reverse proxy on it, and
Squid. Oh my god. Sorry.
I've run Squid before. Squid's for access control, isn't it? I can't.
It's a reverse proxy. It'll map URLs back to a server back on your network.
Yeah, dude. Have you guys heard of Vulkan D and Mesos for reverse proxying?
Do what?
Vulkan D or Mesos.
Uh-uh.
It's for like CoreOS.
Is that a?
Sorry.
I was just going to say, is that a reference to Rick and Morty?
No, I don't know. I don't know. I wouldn't know. But it's,
why? What were you thinking?
No, it's a legit reverse proxy. It's called Vulkan D. It's for CoreOS.
No, I missed the Meso.
Kubernetes. Yeah.
That's what I was thinking.
Oh, I don't know. But I mean, you can do a lot of cool things with it. I mean, and then you can run data through containers and then run them out somewhere else. It's pretty cool. Like say you can take like you can take an IP range that is blocked and then you basically run it through a Tor container, and then it goes out to Tor to a random Tor site or like a blog or something. Or you can send them to China and all this crazy stuff. No, that's what I do. I just send them to random places. Yeah, I put the bro link on the chat, so if you guys want to check that out. It's bro.org.
Yeah, I got my Firebox for like $35 too.
Where at?
eBay. I can't find them anymore like at that price.
Oh yeah, I doubt it.
Yeah, I paid £20 for mine, man, and this PSU went about fucking, I don't know, 9 months after I bought it.
You can find PSUs for them.
I'm determined to get one. Free is always better than paying eBay prices, and also shipping from the US, because most of them are from the US.
Yeah. And you guys, do you have to pay a value-added tax over there?
I have no idea, but your shipping fees are phenomenal. It's cheaper for us to get stuff from China than it is from you guys.
Why is that? Is it because
China's closer?
Fly?
Yeah, well, no, it's something to do with some agreement and shipping routes and freight and trade. So yeah, it's got something to do with some trade agreement or something from ages ago.
Man, China is awesome. You find all kinds of cool stuff. My friend.
Oh yeah. The only problem. The only problem is the actual time you have to wait for something to arrive. I love ordering things on eBay because there's so much shit you can. I mean, eBay is full of amazing little gadgets.
Oh man, I spent so much on fucking eBay.
You ever see Juliet? What's his name? Juliet Eva or something on YouTube. You know, he orders a bunch of these little $10 and under eBay electronic items, and then reverses them or takes them apart or makes little projects.
I've watched some of his. That's done on the Great Scott channel, is it? Great Scott's quite good. Did you know which one I'm talking about?
It's along those lines. Yeah. It's a different channel, but yeah, it's similar.
Can I highly recommend a dude called BigClive.com?
Yeah.
He is very good. I quite like listening to him. He deconstructs stuff, draws schematics from the circuit board, explains how the circuit board works.
Yeah, EEV log too.
Dave Jones is good, but he's like high-end technical stuff. This guy's like kind of gadget consumer level things. Like I do like Dave Jones. He's cool.
Well, it's good to get the mix of all of them because you get everything from like actual hardcore engineering, product development down to I'm drunk and ordered a bunch of shit off of eBay.
I think if BigClive.com, I think he breaks it down in a really understandable way. Dave Jones is, if you're educated and you've had a university background in the kind of electronics, or exactly where what he's talking about, then Dave Jones is the man. But I quite enjoyed Dave Jones's not Dave Jones, Big Clive's stuff more than Dave Jones, but Dave Jones is cool. I've been watching him for longer.
Yeah, I like all of them. Just because of different perspectives. I mean, you never know when you'll watch that 30-minute video and have those 30 seconds of holy shit, I needed that info.
Do you watch the other guy that's linked on EV's channel? I can't think what his name is now. Let's just have a look.
Oh, there's Bolt Log too. Have you heard this guy? Bolt Log.
Bolt Log.
Looks familiar.
Mike's electrical stuff. Have you seen much? Yeah, he's quite
Mike's
good.
electrical stuff's good. Mike's
The post-apocalyptic inventor.
Yep, love that dude.
Yeah, that guy's good.
You can't forget, can't forget Av or Ave or.
I like Andreas Bias or whatever. He's like, hello YouTubers, this is the guy with the Swiss accent.
Have you seen the European kid that makes all the video game stuff?
Nope.
He made like the what the hell? He made like the Assassin's Creed grappling hook or some crap.
Oh, are you talking about Colin Furze?
Yeah, I think that's who it is.
Oh,
yeah,
Colin Furze is good, man.
The Keiko-matic and but anything with pulse jets. Yeah, he's cool.
He made that. He made that fucking quadcopter thing or whatever.
Yeah,
the hover bike.
It was a hover bike. That's what it was. It wasn't a quad because it only had two.
What about that?
Badass.
What about that German guy with the slingshot channel? Yeah, made a
slingshot channel.
crossbow.
Yeah, that guy's awesome.
Yeah.
His laugh is the best part.
Yeah.
Let me show you its features.
The 8-bit guy, Nostalgia Nerd.
Yeah.
Nostalgia Nerd's pretty good as well. Mr. Carlson's Lab as well. That's another.
Oh yeah,
really
the
good
Russian.
channel.
He's that Russian guy, isn't he?
No, he's
that Russian guy. Yeah, but I mean, that Ms. Carlton or MS. I'm just trying to remember if I got the right people linked up in my brain for the names.
go check him out. He's awesome.
Oh, I know I've checked him out. I'm just not sure if I'm remembering the right association.
Oh, right.
Yeah, if it's the one I'm thinking of, he's this Russian guy, and he did some teardowns on like some old Soviet missile guidance system and some like MiG radar stuff, and just a bunch of oddball stuff that he made from all over Europe.
Yeah, there's the Ben Heck Show as well. I'm sure we've mentioned that before.
Oh yeah, Ben Heck Show's good.
I think he's really knowledgeable.
I left a link there for Andreas, I guess his name is. In the hangout.
Yeah, there's this guy on YouTube that goes to a bunch of security conferences. Adrian Crenshaw. Anybody know about him?
No, I think he's
Who the fuck's that guy?
Yeah, who the fuck's that
He
guy?
posts that many videos on YouTube. I've had to block him.
I think CISSP blocked him too. Yeah.
Yeah. I have a question. Like, most of you guys are doing security stuff now, right?
Yep.
So how dangerous is SNMP currently?
Do you
like
ever
version 2?
do you ever stop doing security stuff?
Well, true.
Once you learn about it, I think the more paranoid you get.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and as far as SNMP, it's well, do you run open Wi-Fi at home? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, that's behind on a corporate network or whatever that's fairly locked down. Like, how dangerous is that? If
well, the internal network is the part that's dangerous.
Just run Telnet, James.
Yeah, it's not secure at all if you have something that's just waiting for incoming responses.
Port knocking. The best way to do it is port knocking. Just set up a port knocking protocols.
You can set up the server to wait for SNMP packets. So if they don't respond in whatever, you know, whatever you want, a minute. Then switch over.
You can fire out SNMP broadcasts, you know, and just
switch over to the other server or something like that.
Yeah, I'm working on monitoring and stuff, and it's WMI keeps giving me fits. It doesn't, half the time it doesn't want to work, or you got to go restart the damn service, or
use a different OS.
Right.
What are you using right now?
For monitoring?
Yeah.
PRTG.
And what OS are you using?
Windows.
Oh, there's your problem.
Yeah, as soon as I heard WMI, that's what I said. Use it.
Hey James, you can always use a port knocking protocol. So if you want to keep it safe, just make it short.
How does that work? I'm aware of the concept of port knocking, but how would I set that up on Windows?
There are all kinds of. I mean, just go to GitHub and just look at something you can read at to make sure there's nothing in it.
Yeah.
And basically, you can do it simple. Just make like a 3 to 4 port knock, and then it opens it for a certain amount of time, and then it goes in.
Tunnel it through SSH, man.
So basically, just running a service or a script on the server, listening for those ports, and then when those ports are hitting that sequence, it opens that port.
Yep, it opens that port for a limited amount of time that you selected to. So if anybody's trying to hit it, the thing is, a port is a port, and it doesn't matter what number it has. You can do whatever you want with it. So you can't be like, oh, port 22 is SSH and this and that, because people have this conception of it. Obviously, nowadays you filter your data by port. You let 443 open, but I can tunnel through 443 because a port is just a port. You see what I'm saying?
Okay.
So,
dude, are there any plugins for pfSense that allow you to do port knocking? Do you know?
I do not know, but I know you can set up the port knocking on a system level, and then.
Well, what I'm thinking is port knocking to the pfSense firewall to trigger Wake on LAN.
You can do anything. I mean, let me see. Port knocking pfSense. I'm looking.
pfSense is basically Linux, anyways, isn't it?
Yeah, but you have.
You could write. You could
I don't know.
find a script or write a script for that.
Have you ever had a problem with a box where you've taken a box down and it's not come back up and it's gone into a power off state?
Yep.
Yeah.
And then,
yeah. Then
is it a desktop machine?
Then you can go through You could go through a VPN, couldn't you, if you wanted to? I suppose
Is it a desktop machine?
Huh.
No, well, desktop. Any machine that supports Wake on LAN.
Because I was interested in somebody's project. I think it was mentioned on the EEV blog. And it was a thing you stick in your desktop computer in line with your motherboard and the power switch on the case.
Get a Rilo card from an old HP server.
And then you can power cycle your desktop machine via Wi-Fi.
I put a Rilo card in my little Windows box at work before, just so I had another IP I could get to if I needed.
Oh wow! Well, something I have done is I've taken apart USB drives and then just hook it up to like a SATA port and just put it in there and power it with another cable, just to keep like a back door in there in case anything happened to my computer.
I haven't done that, but I've been known to stick a hard drive in a freezer when it had an intermittent problem, just so I could pull it out and slap it on an external adapter and hopefully run it long enough to get some data off of it.
Or you just turn it upside down and smack it a few times.
Just put a magnet on it. It'll fix all the things.
Yeah.
The torch.
Oh, hard drive magnets are awesome. That was one thing I miss about working where I used to, because I'd have to go out to the data center and swap hardware when it failed, and I took we had to send the drives back, but there was nothing that explicitly told me I couldn't take it apart and take out the magnets first. So I've got hundreds of the
neodymium magnets.
Yeah, and they come in handy. I mean
those things.
Yeah, I mean I bought a little like a It's got about a 3-foot twist handle, you know, about a meter long handle on it that will extend for magnetic pickup, for like shop use. You know, it's got probably a little 3-inch disc or so at the bottom, and I took the thing apart, took out the cheesy magnet that was in it, and stacked 3 layers of 4 hard drive magnets in a circle on it, and that thing picks up great now.
I know that.
I've got them sticking. Yeah, I stuck them on the oil pan, the transmission pan, the rear diff. All over my car, anywhere that might be able to pick up some metal flakes. I've got hard drive magnets stuck up in there. By the
You're
drain
driving You're driving an EMP, man.
Yeah, man, they're so strong.
Yeah,
they're nuts.
Dude, I had a friend that almost broke his freaking. He bought this like square magnet called a tortoise magnet, whatever it is. It comes like in a plastic box, and he almost broke his finger playing with it. Like serious stuff.
Or if you snap your fingers between 2 magnets or something.
I don't know how it happened, but.
Oh my god,
the Darwin reaction test.
Have you seen there's a site you can buy neodymium magnets from, and they've got one magnet, and it literally comes with a warning that says, do not walk within like 15 feet of electronic equipment.
Yeah, man. I tell you
15
what.
15 feet? I want this thing.
Yeah, well, like if you get 2 of them, apparently it'll like kill you.
I've looked at
What?
easily. It goes straight
If you
through
get stuck between them, it'll kill you.
Yeah, definitely. I've looked at making homemade windmills and making my own coils and 3-phase generators. And the neodymium magnets or the magnets that you need for that are lethal. And you have to cast them all into a resin mold. And I can't remember the process that you have to go through to ensure that the magnets don't stick together, because they would just crush your hand.
Oh, yeah.
What?
Yeah.
Wow.
How does casting them into a mold work? Because you got to keep the heat away from the magnets. There must be a way of clamping them in. I can't remember the exact process, but you have to mount them in like 5.
Wood?
The magnets are mounted on the moving part, and the stator is where the coils are, and that's the stationary bit on the windmill. So they have to be mounted in fiberglass resin somehow. I'm sure if you do search on YouTube,
I could see it. Yeah, because the fiberglass wouldn't be a heat-intensive process to make the molding. That would be so you wouldn't. The heat wouldn't kill the magnets. Then that makes sense.
Yep.
I wonder if you can do it like with carbon fiber.
I'd love to do that though. One of the days, just because
that would be sweet.
I made
smack together.
Yeah, I made a few little demos. I've got one using some motors out of a laser printer actually that charges some batteries. That was a vertical windmill, but I'd love to actually make a 3-phase windmill that could charge some 12-volt batteries and run an inverter off. That would be fucking awesome.
Dude, I heard in Arizona, like with the same guy who has these like planes, they're putting these like broken down windmills and stuff like that. The huge ones.
Do what?
3-phase is more efficient too.
I don't know if it's 3-phase, but these windmills they have all over Oregon and the West Coast. There's this place near where they have all the planes parts, where it's like a whole young junkyard of planes.
Yeah.
The same guy apparently has parts for those, like all kind of sizes for windmills and stuff like that. So it's not only the industrial ones, but you can get like all kinds of stuff, all kinds of parts. Just
that might be a good source for some of those magnets if you separate them.
If you go to Vegas, you can probably go there, man, and just check it out and just take all the magnets through TSA.
Yeah. Yeah, I got like I download like a Gauss meter app for my phone and like just put my phone like right on top of these hard drive magnets and the phone rebooted.
I wonder if you can like make a prank like that, have a very powerful like an electromagnet that when it's hit with the radiation of that thing that goes through your bag, if it creates like a little EMP.
It'd be funny to have like an RFID detector, if you detected the boss's badge, then go ahead and energize the coil and generate a massive EMF.
That'd be really funny.
This guy
That'd
here's
be
got
a
the
big
625-pound magnets. That's got 625 pounds of pull.
Whew.
I'm not sure about the physics, but I guess if both of them are pulling at each other at 625 pounds, that should be about 1,250 pounds of smash.
625 isn't really that much. I mean, yeah, and I've got some mag locks that I've used, and from 75 up to 1,200 pounds, and 600. I mean, it's not as heavy duty as it sounds.
Yeah.
Yeah, those mag locks are crazy, man.
The one I was looking at though that said don't go within like 15 feet of electronics was like 4,000 pounds.
Yeah.
And how much is it?
Right.
Yeah, I don't know. It comes in a crate, and I got like freight shipment. It's.
I'm not kidding. Send me a link. I'm gonna buy this thing right now.
Let's see if I can find it.
Yeah, just look on eBay for 4,500-pound mag lock.
I know. I just want to see what he got, because I need something that would. I know you can take magnets and you can put it onto like very strong magnets, and you put it into like hotel doors and they just open. Have you guys seen that?
Yeah, I mean, the shed I built, I got a 1,200-pound, mag lock on it. Well, actually, two of them. Two doors. They open like barn doors. Yeah, and I mean, yeah, it's got additional locks on it, but that's more just to keep everything shut. So once I unlock everything, I just flip a light switch, that's mounted on the outside, and it just opens right up. But yeah, I try it with smaller ones, and if you pull hard enough, you can still get the lock out. You can bust through it. So. It's like 6 to 1,200 pounds is probably a good ballpark figure for a decent sized door. Yeah, you don't really want to go much less than that. If you want to keep it shut. If you just need to keep it where it is once it's moved, nobody's gonna be yanking against it or trying to force it open. Then you can get away with 75, 150, 300. But and if you want to actually keep it there. It's 1,200 and up is where you want to be.
Yeah, I'm gonna start reading on magnets. I want to see if I can make like a portable EMP.
Fucking magnets, how do they work?
Portable EMPs. There's a whole bunch of plans out there for those, and I mean you can take the basic designs, and it's not. Yeah, I mean,
you just gotta have a very large collapsing magnetic flux in a or something like that, or a coil.
But I mean, it's not too hard in theory to take the designs and make them more powerful. It's it's just a question of getting.
How about those like
finding
coil
parts
guns? I was thinking of making a coil gun. Where they like.
You can make it with like almost the same circuitry you would make it. Like a taser or a fucking Tesla coil or something with it.
Something you could shoot another car on the highway and their electronics go poof and they stall out.
No, but check this out. If you make a coil gun that shoots like these magnetic like aluminum bullets or steel bullets, it's not a firearm, so it doesn't fall in the laws of a firearm.
For coil guns, you need supercapacitors.
Yeah, I've seen the supercapacitor ones. Yeah,
you need a very high voltage, and you just need a big coil or an inductor or something just to collapse with its magnetic field.
Go to YouTube. They're out there. It's crazy. I'm building one in Blender, like the 3D, making the 3D model of it so I can 3D print it.
I 3D printed a taser.
There's a book called The Spy Game, or the Big Brother Game, and it's got a bunch of schematics for making what do you call it? The magnet guns and stuff like that.
Really? It's called the Big Brother Game?
The Big Brother Game, I think is what it's called. I bought it for like $12 off Amazon, and they sent a whole bunch of other schematics with it as well. I guess they're addendums to the book or something.
Interesting. Is it kind of like the Tesla patent book? It has a lot of patents, or is it like a story-driven thing, or is it like?
No, it's all about like it's all about finding out if you're being told. It's like spy stuff. Like
so the Eye and the Rabbit story.
What was that?
Is it like the Eye and the Rabbit? The Eye is the guy who was following the rabbit.
Yeah, but it's like finding out if you're being followed and wiretapping and stuff like that. I mean, it's an older book, but.
Have you seen the tradecraft and spycraft videos on YouTube? There's some good ones on there.
No, I haven't watched any of that.
Yeah, they're very interesting. They're the actual legitimate ones. They post all the old army films and things like that. If you go onto YouTube, I think, and just do a search for spycraft and tradecraft, you'll find a few links there.
Yeah, I'm really interested in tradecraft, and I kind of want to learn some of it. It seems neat, but a lot of the stuff that I've learned, it's like, why didn't I think of that already? Type thing. I don't know what they do nowadays, but.
Oh, dude, I'll tell you this though. Something I've been doing for fun is I've been reading stuff in like machine intelligence from the 60s, 70s, and 80s, and it's amazing because back then they didn't have the computing power, so you can apply those paradigms into now's computing power systems.
Right.
And it's just amazing.
Dude, you need to follow the CIA on Twitter.
Follow the CIA on Twitter.
Yeah, they post stuff every now and then, and a while back they posted something from the Cold War. The Russians, I think it was the Russians had put in a typewriter, they had put a scanner in the antenna, and as they would type, it would scan what they were typing, and it would transmit it out to someone sitting in a car outside of the building, and they would download the document. Typewriter. They put a scanner.
That's fantastic. I haven't heard of that. That's cool.
How
transmitted out sitting in a car outside of the building, and they would download the document. All right, we're getting feedback.
Yeah, it's Amir Khan. Amir. Amir. We need earphones, Amir. How you doing?
This was the Cold War era.
Oh wow. Yeah,
Allen Press for the 40s.
Hey, have you guys seen that guy from MIT who created that little wireless? It powers itself with its own Wi-Fi, and it has an SSH little terminal in it, whatever. And it uses basically the air to power itself.
No, I haven't seen that, but Ling.
Yeah, I'll get the link.
That'd be cool. Cheers, dude.
Yeah. I'll show you. Bounce. Come on.
Yeah, it's very difficult to really, to actually get enough energy out of a high frequency transmission to power anything. I mean, it's not impossible, but it takes large current.
You can get energy from the soil.
To actually get enough energy out of the. Somebody's still echoing. Power anything. It's not impossible, but it takes large. Yeah, I mean, you can get energy from the soil. Like you said, you can get it from a very large, just loop antenna too.
Oh yeah, that's how they did the telegraph, right? With the earth batteries. The telegraph, and they did like the earth batteries with the copper wire, and they just did it every certain feet.
Soil, like you said, you can get it from. I was just remembering, like Art Bell's antenna ham setup in Nevada. He was getting this unexplained, voltage potential on his on his antenna, back to his rig, and that's been duplicated.
So, how are you getting power out of the ground?
Oh, yeah, it's just a difference in voltage. If you can get a difference in voltage, you basically get electricity. So, like the difference between, let me just find you some shit. You can do it with crystals.
So what's at the higher potential?
Yeah, bear with me a sec. Hang on.
Well, yeah, higher or lower potential doesn't matter. That just changes whether you're getting positive or negative voltage. I mean, yeah, you just need a difference in the potential, and there's your energy. I was watching an awful lot of videos on the National Electrical Code for the U.S. Before I wired up my shed, and earth ground is very rarely actually 0 volts. It's not about getting a 0 volt ground. It's about matching your ground potential.
Stuff a rod.
I don't know about the energy from the ground, but maybe it's the different materials they use for the anodes and cathodes that they push into the ground. That could be,
Also, if you research, there's these guys, I don't know where they are, but they use like ionic power from the air with these towers. And they have like 10 times, they can basically gather, like say the power like from when storms are happening and stuff like
Talking
that.
about
The
shit
of the
in,
air.
or Alaska that everyone's freaking out about. Talking about how they're gonna destroy the world.
No.
He's talking about the ionic cannon from that Star Trek episode.
No, ionic cannon. It's an ionic something energy. Come on, people. Let's be kosher now.
Oh, yeah, okay. Ionic cannon.
I'm looking for this link. Let me see.
No, because what's the ionosphere research facility? HARP, yeah.
Yep.
There's HARP stations all over the world now. I mean, that stuff's that's a whole nother level of messed up and conspiracy if you want to go there.
Well, everyone throws a fit about the contrail stuff, but there's released
the contrails aren't the problem. It's the chemtrails that are the problem.
Well, chemtrails, whatever.
The chemtrails.
But
somebody at your house.
So there's released documents though from the CIA or FBI, Army, whoever the hell was doing it. I'm assuming Army, seeing how they were using C-130s. But over San Francisco Bay and over Texas, they flew C-130s and released a chemical and then measured how far it would go into the populace without letting anyone know. Like none of the local governments, nothing. They just like sent operatives into the town to go like swipe people like tradecraft style.
Sure, why not?
Yeah, they do that stuff all the time. They do.
Yeah.
But they do it without telling us, and then 50 years later, when the documents become declassified,
yeah, when you got a bunch of freaking retarded kids missing 3 arms,
Yeah, and when it's too late to really do anything about it.
Yeah, exactly.
Hey, you know what they say, right? Humans graze cattle, and feds graze humans.
Right. Yeah, they released a fungus or some sort of bacteria in a subway in New York, and did the same thing to see how far it would go for the ricin scare.
There's a whole conspiracy theory around the center of disease thingy in about Lyme disease and the fleas. From Nazi Germany, they project. What's the project when they took all the scientists? Come on, remind me.
Paperclip.
That's the one. And some of them went to work at this island in New York, and they reckon that's where Lyme disease originated from. And it was a center for biological weapons testing or disease testing.
Oh wow! Is that Adrian?
Yes.
Adrian's
back.
Adrian, you're back.
And he's back.
His meat alarm must have gone off.
Oh my god!
I feel the need for meat.
We're gonna need to get you like a first response.
Make a trip to go get meat.
But anyway, you have a YouTube personality up and some YouTube stuff, so continue with your diatribe.
Adrian, we need to give everybody on the Hangout this week the address for the Mumble server so we can get together outside of the Hangout to talk about things, if that's cool.
I already found that, but well, tonight is that particular Hangout, so we may be a little late on the subject.
No, I mean like for future reference, so we could all just knock our heads together and talk about stuff in advance, maybe.
All good.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm down.
Let me do that for you. Hang on, bear with me a second.
Yeah, I gotta go download another freaking quick. TeamSpeak, Mumble, Discord. What else is there?
Hey, do you know what we could do too? We should have like an online conference.
An online conference?
Yeah, stream it.
Would it be the first?
Yeah, that won't get dust.
We have actually. I've asked permission of the person who runs this, and he's more than happy. He's a person that is a computer security specialist who tests the spread of viruses across emulated networks, which is pretty cool.
So you're saying he's going to be using our data for research?
No. He's I've known him for about 6 or 7 years now. He's a cool guy.
Yeah, it sounds cool. It sounds like
you for 20.
Kevin Mitnick thought he knew some cool guys too.
Yeah, I suppose. No, but like, come on, guys, use your own fucking logic. If yeah.
I wouldn't. Yeah, I wouldn't be opposed to like just sitting idle on it, and see, and if somebody pops by and I happen to be conscious when they talk, hey,
Yeah, but gone are the days of hacking stuff for fun. Yeah.
Yeah. If there's not money in it, then you're substantially safe.
There are now laws, and people take it a lot more seriously because there's so much more shit online as well. And like before, it was you've hacked a web page and you've replaced an image. Ha, very funny. Let's just put it back to how it was and fix the problem. But like now we've got critical systems that we rely on that are online, I suppose.
Adrian left.
Hey, it shouldn't say that he left the group chat. It should say like fell off of it or something.
Right, there's the URL for the Mumble server anyway.
All right. So wait, is he like testing malware? Like we can like throw things at it, or
you have to talk to him. He will blow your mind, man. Honestly, whenever I speak to Luke, he
So the YouTube channel is still up.
Is it still live?
Video.
No, it's probably been posted now, man. It takes a while to process. Have you noticed the Hangouts go up an hour at a time?
I just heard myself say that.
Is it so? It's still live. Where's Adrian? Get Adrian back here. Come here.
Adrian fell asleep.
He's falling asleep again.
Wait, how can he still be streaming the Hangout if he's not in the Hangout?
Okay, I think we ought to. Let's call it one on this. Do you want to migrate over to the Mumble server? And me and Advanced are on there. And
is there a password?
No, I don't believe there is a password at the moment.
I don't think
Is this at the PYRE thingy?
Yeah. Just download Mumble, join to that server, and if needs be, we can drop a password on there this week or something.
Yeah, I'm not familiar with Mumble. Yeah.
It's just a VoIP client. Yeah, push to talk.
It's like TeamSpeak.
Yeah, go through the audio wizard, configure sound card, then push to talk.
Okay. Yeah, I just put the URL in, got a 418.
No. Okay, you need to download the Mumble client.
Download the client first.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I wanted to, crawl before I walked. You gotta at least see what response you get from it. Yeah.
All right, he's gonna have all of our IPs now.
All your IPs belong to us.
You'll be fine.
You'll be.
You are running over. You're running over Tor, aren't you? No, you got. Yeah, you need to download the Mumble client.
No, the FBI hacked Tor. Don't touch that.
Well, you can make your own nodes and then use it. That's how I use it. But I do VPN. I use I2P, then I VPN out.
Sweet.
Yeah, but how much overhead does that put on your bandwidth?
About as much as run through your neighbor's Wi-Fi.
Okay. What was it called? Like a Mumble client?
Yeah, just do a search for Mumble.
It's actually mumble.com. Yeah, but if you Google it, it'll show up.
All right, I don't trust you, Brian.
Okay, then don't use Google. Use DuckDuckGo.
DuckDuckGo, shit. Well, I would use it, but shit.
Yep, all I use is Lycos. Leave me alone.
Standard port, I'm assuming?
Yeah, it's just the standard port. You don't forget to add a username, and then I can kind of like, when you get on the server, you can register your username so nobody can log on as you, so we know it's you when you join the server.
I don't want to accept this certificate.
No, you have to. Welcome aboard. I just hang on.
Hello.
Wait a second.
Oh, hang on. There we go. And you're in there.
I can't be moved myself.
You can't mute yourself.
So I can't be moved myself.
2 seconds. Hang on.
Yeah, I gotta read through the EULA.
All right. I'm installing it from my terminal.
Advanced, we need Luke. Can you talk? Just check, see if you can talk on Mumble.
Should I got a
I can talk?
Settings
No,
are.
if Prime can talk.
Test 1 2. I gotta find the settings again.
Yeah, you gotta set up your keyboard shortcuts.
Yeah, I don't know where the.
Okay, yeah, just go Audio Wizard, configure Audio Wizard.